shamanic instrument. It has a, we believe, healing vibration, and we call that hummus. All right, let's have a safe journey. Pemannamus sebut parang urangkai dari baralar nudiki are Augusta. Pemannamus sebut Allara doydum, orta doydum iççilere, baregetin, irastan, harıstan. Pemannamus sebut orta doydum, katan demeriyem, gök ballak, analakçın hodun. Badaların algıstan, astan, Pemannamus sebut rastan, stan, algastan. Pemannamus sebut ortodoydu ikki qaraqtaq, ikki liylaq, ikki adaqtaq, teber süraqtaq, analaqçın xodunu qıtta, parisi bəstəhän, bir somağa boğalanmadı. Haya, 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 Eri algıstaq, arçılaq, arаңatçılaq, üst doyduga yühe orto allara. Min köngüllük, ünkülüm, ıllım, toyum. Egi kurtuk, paragıdıgar, algıspın, arаңatçıbın, arçıbın dirertebin. Dom, dom, domini dom. Machtal.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get one more round of applause for the snow raven of the Siberian steppes, Har Sword. Now, as I mentioned, we believe the future is both regenerative and co-created. You have people here presenting their artistic visions. You have people opening up their imaginations to you. But it actually isn't worth that much if you're not taking anything home with you. So may I ask you now, in the form of a sound, perhaps that you will take home, something you will take home with you. Can you share that with us right now? Something you picked up from this amazing, amazing, amazing transcendental performance. Apparently the Siberian steppes are alive in Miami Beach. Bueno. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person who is going to grace you with their presence is Andrea. Andrea, where are you, my dear? Do you need a microphone, my dear? We're gonna do a little bit of a wiggle and a little bit of an activation. Is that right? So, can I get a big round of applause for Andrea?
Thank you so much. I feel so honored to be here. My name is Andrea Belen, and I just want to thank you again for such a powerful offering. I feel so inspired by that. I was born in Paraguay. I have very strong indigenous Guarani roots that I've been connecting with more and more, and your offering was very inspiring for me. I grew up in Costa Rica. I'm here with my beautiful Miami family, Steven and Bibi, and with all of you soul family. So I will invite you to close your eyes. So we're going to do a little exercise, meditation, breathing exercise, and I'm going to sit. And through our body, we're going to start talking to the space, to the universe, and we're going to open our shoulders, open our hearts. Close our eyes and really allow each other to connect through this feel, through this amazing frequency that was set, invited us from our sister, that is being co-created by all of us here. are going to allow the silence just to be. So we can even feel the texture in the space. So we can feel the rhythms of our bodies. And connecting with our breathing and connecting with our inhalation, we're going to inhale through the nose and we're going to feel the air, how it's coming through our nostrils. And it's giving a beautiful, gentle massage. This sacred air that is reminding us that we have all the resources, that we have all the abundance that we need. And we exhale through the mouth and we feel grounded. We let it go. We let it back to the universe. We inhale in one more time, and this time we're going to call in those qualities. The energy that we want to embody. The love that we want to emanate. We're going to inhale and we're going to feel more open to connect, to be empathic, to feel empowered to embody our purpose. We're going to inhale and we're going to pick something that we want to let go with so much gratitude, with so much understanding that was needed. We feel lighter, we feel grounded, we feel connected. And in the next inhalation, we're going to inhale one more time. We're going to open our arms, our shoulders, and we're going to connect this time with the pause. The pause that is between every inhalation and every exhalation. That space where we are not doing anything, just being. That space in the eternal now, where we can just rest, where we can tap into the infinite, where we can dance in the quantum field. And we allow that pause to be a bit longer. And then we exhale through the mouth again, connecting with this body, with this earth, with Mother Earth, with our roots. And while we're connecting with the body, with the Mother Earth, with our culture, with our identity, we'll also inhale and we feel that we expand beyond all of that. And that we can dance in the paradox, honoring our culture, identity, but we also recognize that we are whole, that we are one. That we can go beyond identities, beyond form, beyond label. And that's the space, that's the future that we are co-creating here, that we are tapping, that we are manifesting, that we are feeling in our body, in our heart. Bringing our hands to our heart and asking to our guides, to our angels, to all the spirits, the animals, the plants, all the beings, the visibles and the invisibles, to support us in this mission, in this week, so important, so we can connect through our heart between us, we can talk from our deepest desires of our soul. Even thank you to us, to all, everyone in this room. And little by little, connecting with the space, relaxing the body, bringing down the hands into the legs, and maybe moving a little bit the neck, moving a little bit the back, and gentle, and with so much love and with so much tenderness, we're going to open our eyes and we're going to look around. And we're going to recognize each other from this pure space that we just open and we're just going to embody durante these days. Thank you.
Beautiful. Oh. And we would love to kick it off right now. Is that right? The Regenaissance is well underway. Should we have Tony then on? Is that great? Tony, are you ready to take the stage? And Nico, perfect. So then can we get Amanda, Roxy, Nico, Faith, and Tony on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, can we get them a big warm round of applause in appreciation of organizing this wonderful powwow of regenerative transformative art.
Hello, hello. Okay, there's one. We can also pass them back. It's so sophisticated here with all this technology. Nico, come on. All right, everybody, welcome to the Regenaissance at Magic City Innovation District in Little Haiti, Miami. My name is Tony Cho. I'm the CEO and founder of the Future of Cities and Magic City Innovation District Little Haiti, where we are now, which is an underserved Caribbean Haitian community that's very rich in culture and a beautiful, beautiful community of artists and creatives already, and was the evolution of the Wynwood Arts District, where a lot of the gallerists and artists and people looking for more affordable frontiers came to about 15 years ago, 20 years ago when I bought my first building here, which is where we've been co-creating and launching the Regenaissance with these beautiful souls, my sisters and brother here from Buckminster Fuller Institute, Amanda Joy Ravenhill,
hi,
Roxy from Design Science Studio, and Faith and Nico from Have Ritual. And this is a miracle that this all happened here in Miami, because this came together literally 2 to 3 weeks ago. And you guys are seeing the results of the co-creation of everybody showing up for the magic. with a purpose and a meaning. And I've been coming to Art Basel since the beginning, 12, 13 years. And I've always been waiting and wanting for something that had a purpose and an impact that worked for 100% of humanity and 100% of life. So there aren't any partners more aligned and more prepared for the Regenaissance than these partners here on the stage. And I'm so honored and in awe of the work that they're doing and what was able to happen in this short amount of time, because everybody came together and coalesced around a cause and a purpose. And it's really about showcasing the voices of the artists that are really leading this Regenaissance. And 200 of them are going to be featured and focused here during this time. And just wait what we're going to do next year when we have a year to plan this event. So welcome to the first annual Regenaissance during Art Basel here in Miami. Would you like to?
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony, and thank you all. Again, my name is Roxy. I'm the director and one of the founders of the Design Science Studio and the founder of Hub Ritual, co-founder with Nicolas here. So deeply honored. First, before even going into anything, I want to just reiterate what Tony said about the immense amount of effort that has been put into this. I think we're on 18 days total of inception to production. So this is an amazing, so much love, effort, co-collaboration, creativity for this one better, for the moment we're in time. We're in an urgent moment in time, and we need these positive visions of the future to understand kind of where we're going and where we're at and how we get there. And the artists, the designers, the musicians, the performers, the culture builders help us move that needle to help us see what we're moving towards. And so this is the moment, this planet, this future needs us so much. And so just a deep well of gratitude. Maybe we can make a little noise in gratitude for all of the creators, the co-creators. And all the partners. We had so many partners come together to support with so many different types of capital, their time, their resources, their networks, their funding. This is really a really powerful moment in time. So we are here stewarding the Regenaissance. The Design Science Studio, for those of you who aren't aware, is this incredible educational incubator, decade-long program that Hub Ritual and BFI co-created 2 years ago somehow. And so many of the studio members are here in Miami for the first time, for those of you tuning in online. But we all gather around and say, you know what, this Regenaissance, this future that we're moving towards, it requires all of us to co-create, to collaborate, to move from competition to collaboration, and to direct our creativity towards a future that works for all life. And so we've come together, we're uplifting them, we're supporting them, we're co-creating with the movement, with other thought leaders and initiatives and organizations, and uplifting the voices and the resourcing of all of these creators to collaborate for this future. So our second cohort is alive, another 144 artists. We have 288, over 200 of them are showcased in one way or another in this showcase, and many others from different organizations, or Gray Area has some artists who are featured here, and there's a Haitian arts collective, Muse, we got corrected the other day. Black Run Community Organization. Community Art Organization here in Little Haiti. And so much more. So I'll stop there, but just to say, welcome to the Regenaissance. This is this decade and more of revolutionary co-creation and art that can change history. Creativity, talent, ideas. The future is always first an idea. And so we have this chance of a lifetime to change the course of our planet and our relationship with it. So thank you all for being a part of it. And I'm honored to be helping to co-steer this ship.
I would love us all to just give a huge gratitude to Roxy. There's so many people involved, but Roxy, whew! And it is in full reciprocity. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being the hub of this multi-spoked wheel that you were all part of. Yeah, so the Regenaissance is an inspiration. The Renaissance came after the bubonic plague. And so the Regenaissance, we see it as this moment post, or as we're emerging from this pandemic and this dark time where we're looking at the things that really need attention, like class and equity and ecological health. And we're returning to ecological wisdom, that which so many indigenous and ancient wisdom traditions have celebrated for millennia. So we're returning to that ecological wisdom, that regenerative living systems way of understanding the world, what Buckminster Fuller was so good at tuning into. And it's just such an honor to work with artists who I really see as the Gandhis of our time, you know, really enabling us to change things radically, which is what is needed. If you look at all of the science, we're almost hysterically risking everything. It's so threadbare, and it requires magic, and who's better to bring about magic than artists? So it's just such an honor to work on this all. I'm Amanda Joy Ravenhill, for those who don't know me, Executive Director at Buckminster Fuller Institute. And this is Faith Flanagan, our other director. And thank you all so much for this. I feel, just so alive. I feel like everything people have been pouring into this is because, in part at least, I think we're all in touch with the aliveness that comes from being in tune with nature. And so we have this extra pizzazz to, keep it around and to invite other people into this way of being. So thank you all for tuning into that with us.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah.
As Amanda said, I'm Faith Flanagan. I'm the Director of Operations for the Buckminster Fuller Institute. I also co-lead and run many of our programs. Along with the Design Science Studio, we have multiple other programs that we're really proud of and deeply in gratitude of being able to be the stewards of these programs. I deeply want to thank all of you, the artists, the patrons, our community that has come together to bring this thing to life in 2 weeks, and the ability for everyone to come together with just an open heart and an open mind and a willingness to be and just to see the future that we all want to step into. And I'm just so deeply grateful for our community. It's been so much love, so thank you all.
Because you're in front of the speaker.
I will be very brief. And I just want to share one word with you. I love words. I think words are very important because it allows us to imagine different futures. These microphones are terrible. There's a word that we talk about a lot in the studio, which is historytelling. It's like storytelling, but with history. And what historytelling does is it allows us to look at the present from the future. It allows us to look at how we will look at this moment 30 years into the future. So think about 30 years into the future when things have changed, when we have created systemic change, when all this art is really creating an impact, when organizations are changing, when governments are changing, when we're really making a difference. Think about this moment as a seed and how you will see it in 30 years, and allow yourself to embody it and to live it now and to enjoy the excitement of believing something that is historical today. Thank you.
So we have an incredible program that's happening over the next 3 days. Too much to even digest, frankly. I think 120 speakers, performers, after parties, immersive experiences. I think the dinner is almost sold out. If people want to join in, I think there's a few seats left, so congratulations on that. And there's going to be a raging after party. Incredible musicians and artists and DJs tomorrow. Performance by The Human Experience, one of our soul brothers and community members, David Block, and so many more that are coming together and really giving their heart. So I'm so indebted and have so much gratitude to our community that are really the change makers of this Regenaissance. Thank you all. Welcome to the Regenaissance.
I'm coming. I'm almost there. Almost there. Almost there. And everybody's excited. Yay! Good. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get one more round of applause just to make sure that we're transitioning nicely. Good. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, we could not do this without the help of our partners. And unfortunately, the list is on that podium, and Faith went running out. Because I was going to ask for help. To present them, because usually when people put together these kinds of events, the sponsors, the people who come together to make it possible, are left somewhere at the very end. And I think they need acknowledgement. Am I right? They need acknowledgement. So because we are a collaborative community, I'm going to ask somebody to volunteer and read off that list of partners and sponsors with the reverence and appreciation they deserve. Yes! Yes! Go ahead, Faith. Yeah, no, you need a mic because otherwise it won't travel through the Akashic network. You definitely need to use the mic. Yeah. I think a little bit of musical activation is good. Yeah, let's get some more excitement in the room.
We are thanking and bowing in complete reciprocity to Future of Cities, Metro One, Chosen, Carvana,
Thank you.
Good Sam,
Thank you.
Full Cycle,
Thank you.
Save a Love,
Thank you.
Miami Tech Life,
Yay, thank you.
Gray Area,
Thank you.
Modern Ohm, Endeavor, Muse, Art with Me, Buckminster Fuller Institute,
Yay!
Ritual, and
Yay!
many, many, many others.
Very nice. Beautiful. And we are presenting Tara. Remind me, is Tara going to be joining us in person or is she here? She's joining us online. Well, no matter. The internet connection is very strong. You know, the regenerative hippies have special 6G internet, which makes the presence of the soul very tangible, very visceral. So we are using this newly deployed technology here at Miami Art Week, first time ever in history, 6G, 6.5G to be precise, spiritual transfer technology. And first to use this beautiful technology will be one of my personal heroes, Tara Baswani. Yes? Tara Baswani is a creator who understood that she could do a lot more if she leveraged her art for change. To be honest, she understood that if she wasn't changing the world, she was not doing her job properly as an artist. She is currently the creative director of Lembas, which bring together entertainment, enterprise, and civic engagement for positive change, revolving around the SDGs. I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure. So it would be nice. Oh, good. Yes, I feel the 6G, 6.5G network is working. She's with us. But unfortunately, this old archaic technology is not working the way it should. We're almost there.
Hi.
Should we send them to the... She's coming. I forgot. You know how the blockchain works on gas, right? You people are smart. You know that, right? Well, for the Akashic 6.5G spiritual network to work, you need to burn something as well. So I'm going to ask you to put your hands up in the air and go, ooh. You're going to have to put a lot more in because gas prices for the Akashic network are super expensive at the moment because we're the only ones using it. 1, 2, 3, loud. Ooh. She with us? And there is another stage. Yes, what would you like me to do with that other stage?
People would like to.
I'm so lucky.
It's very intimate. If people would like to join us at the other stage, we'll be learning about coastal carbon capture with Kelly Earhart. And here is Tara.
Coastal capture.
Carbon capture.
Coastal carbon capture
with Kelly
with Kelly Earhart in the next room. If coastal carbon capture is your thing, you can head over there. But right now on the screen we have Tara Baswani. Tari, are you with us? Do you hear us?
Jurgis, my darling, yes I do. Hello everyone.
Oh, we need to make sure you're also connected to the 6.5 5G spiritual Akashic network. You need to put your fingers up in the air and just make sure that you're receiving. We already paid the gas fees, so don't worry about it. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Tara Baswani.
It's so good to be back at the Design Science Studio with the Bucky Institute and this incredible cohort that we've seen in last year and the new incoming cohort as well. A big hello from the unceded territoire of Tiatuke and from the Lembis team. It's really, really lovely to see one of our installations coming up, thanks to Habitual Studios and the entire hardworking team at Design Science. An extra special shout out to Roxy and to Nikki Selkin for making sure that one of our biggest visions comes to life in Miami with you today while we're in Montreal. Jurgis, thank you for the wonderful introduction as always. Happy Miami Art Week, everyone. I'm here to share a couple of things about our organization, Lembis, debut the Recreators' first physical installation, and partake and contribute in what has become widely known as the Buckminster Fuller Institute's vision to create a global community of, as Amanda called it so beautifully the other day, a regenerative capacity building for global capital. Gonna start sharing the screen right away to share what's been up around here. Drop us a note in the chat if you can see the screen above, or shout out and let me know that you can see something that says Lembis Works, Creative Change Makers. Thank you. I'll continue. Lembis has been around since 2013 as an agency that has wanted to engage hearts and minds and give me a quick second. I'm actually going to look above and put us on silent so I can hear you instead. Interdisciplinary digital living arts, experiential placemaking, participatory interaction design, integrated learning curriculums. What do these kinds of transmedia artistic expressions have to do with neuroscience, with biomimicry research, ecological placemaking, ethical technology, and most of all, in the creation of compassionate cultural practices? That's what we started to ask in 2013. How an arts, innovation, and culture design agency could transform these creative and cultural industry platforms, products, practices, into becoming active prototypes that accelerate what would become called in 2015 at COP21, the Sustainable Development Goals. We were privileged to be a part of that engagement and create a dialogue that would start to trigger a movement and inform aware action, but most of all, start a movement of reform to change existing industry paradigms into purposeful world builds and global ecologies, to mobilize environment-centered systems design thinking and reimagine the sustainable future of work, but mostly of health for all living systems. As you shared the other day, Jurgis, what I saw on social media, COP26 was a breakdown of global dialogue. The current reality is familiar to all of us. Biodiversity is disappearing at a rate of 0.8 per year, and that's a huge figure when you really begin to look at those stats. Only 10% of the world's biodiverse areas and 1% of the world's oceans are protected. There is very little equitable, inclusive access of oral traditions in Western academia and platforms given to the true stewards of environmental knowledge. So how do we work with existing paradigms and transform these obsolete systems, which are fairly obviously obsolete, into restorative ecologies and sanctuaries where all life forms can bloom? There are different challenges to work with, and they're all intersectional. Field work, whether it is in the arts, entertainment, science, research, operations, business industry, is often unsafe, as we have come to see, for Indigenous communities, BIPOC, women, queer, trans, non-binary institutes, scientists. It has become urgent to recreate environments of inclusion, but most of all, start to drive our money where it really needs to matter. In the last 4 years, we started to research massive problems that were arising from some of the most invisible environments that surround us all globally. 360 million people worldwide have started to endure disabled hearing loss. 32 million of these are children. The average city dweller has a hearing loss equivalent to 10 to 20 years older than an actual age. Millions of people around the globe are exposed to hazardous sound levels. Simple solutions are the call of the hour. Sound environments that heal, restore, and create wellness for all. We know that plastic is infused in our oceans. We know that there are global challenges that require simple, organic, grassroots level-based solutions. Recreators aims to transform environments, ecologies, and experiences for planetary regeneration. And as Bucky once said, when faced with obsolete systems, don't try to transform them, but create the new model for everyone to use. Naturally, Recreators started to be incubated at the Buckminster Fuller Institute in 2020 after 4 years of R&D between India and Canada. It is an original series of purposeful creations that ambitiously aims to reimagine and transform arts, recreational, and urban spaces into ecological designs and interactive experiential mediations for planetary regeneration and actualizing sustainable futures. You might ask what that looks like. The first virtual builds were debuted at the Design Science Studio in 2021, May or June. They showed how urban spaces can become active prototypes to inform and create reform with biofeedback-based, nature-sourced, healing biophilic environments. Prototypes of ecological designs with what we are fond of calling the Dymaxion greens. The build that you will see at Miami Art Week, and thanks Roxy and Neki again for setting this up for us, showcases an evolving regenerative culture innovation framework to guide purposeful creations and mediations for global collaboration. I'm hoping that in the next 2 days, you will all take your creations, include that, or inform us of what needs to be added into that evolving manifesto so that we start to create a new step for global collaboration. The builds that you will see at Miami Art Week include year-specific plant growth builds, envisioning a world where there is a flourishing earth with plants, animals, and space for all, including humans, bioacoustics-based practices that effectively try to encounter and counter the effects of urban noise and instead offer restorative light and sound baths for welfare for all, flora, fauna, and human. Biomorphic animations draw inspiration from the geodesic, biomorphic patterns, and fractals that surround us all in nature, visibly or invisibly. This is what the journey of Recreators has been like ever since leaving this incubated sanctuary. Once we launched at the Buckminster Institute in their virtual galleries, we have now started to take different mediums from COP26 into proposals for the arts and environment industries, transforming lighting production, sound equipment, as well as business development programs into becoming active sanctuaries for environmental rewilding. transforming existing heritage landmarks into immersive, restorative, biophilia audiovisual ecologies, one of which you will see over the next 2 days at the Miami Art Week, at the Regenaissance. Day to night biomorphic projections giving light and sound baths for all to engage, as well as our very own Regenerative Frameworks Manifesto that curates strategic mediations to promote global collaborations, health and rejuvenation for all communities. This is a byproduct of 8 years of research done with ecologists like Dr. Vandana Shiva, the Hatch Network, Buckminster Fuller Institute, the Design Science Studio, and countless other contributors across the globe, including, very importantly, what is informing Recreators 2, which is going to be our debut series for bridging the northern research communities at the forefront of climate change around India, Canada, and extending into Europe and the rest of the world. These series showcase scientists, researchers, and most importantly, Indigenous communities who are the true stewards of environmental biodiversity, and for this we thank our partner Inclusive North. We are currently undertaking 4 builds to transform local placemaking in urban spaces with real estate partners and conservation orgs, to transform and restore ecological rewilding, to provide cultural opportunities for new formats of development, prosperity, to improve public health, transform public transportation, and improve environment in the city of Montreal. A quick shout out to our design framework partners like Emily Chang, Dax De Silva, Alan Macy, and Dr. Rajesh Agarwal, and most of all to the Lembus team that tirelessly works to create this all-inclusive hub, to create true savor, selfless service, and environments that care, and cultures above all that care and bring together existing paradigms into the change we need. A big shout out again to the Design Science Studio. And I'm going to hand over at this stage and stop talking a little bit about us and instead try to initiate a dialogue for anyone who wants to engage, invest, or invite us to be able to support your creations with one simple final call to action. Drop into the chat 1 to 3 words that make you envision the planet that you wish to leave behind. And with this, I sign off. Thank you.
Dara, that was so lovely. Thank you so much. Do you hear me by any chance?
Absolutely, Jurgis.
Oh, so lovely. You can't imagine. I was looking forward to meeting you here in Miami. I was so excited. I was really hoping for it. I'm even going to turn around so maybe you can see me so I send you a big mwah. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And hoping to see you live next year. Do you think that's going to be possible?
It will, my friend. We're making a very strong commitment this year to not travel, lower our carbon footprints, and instead send out all our work as we stay involved with the Indigenous communities and let good people like you, like Roxy, like Amanda and Faith and Nikki, take forward our visions with absolute trust and co-creation instead.
Beautiful, beautiful. Sending lots of love from Miami. A little bit of heat as well. Mwah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next person who will be joining us is someone who considers herself to be a systems masseuse. A systems masseuse. A systems masseuse. I love the way that sounds, but it makes a lot of sense. Sometimes for the energy to flow properly, for people to regain dexterity, they need to be put in place. They need a little bit of a chiropractor or somebody to get their hands on them and give them a good shake. Now, Liv Scott will tell you a little bit more what that entails, what that means, but she is an artist who is at the forefront of multidisciplinary creativity, change, transformation, and positive impact. Can we get a big round, like lots of applause for Liv? Bravo! Tell me she's there.
Hello? Good people hear me?
We hear you loud and clear. Liv, the stage is yours, but please take also a minute to explain what exactly a system masseuse does.
Sure. So actually that relates to what I will be talking about with the idea of emergence. So oftentimes we hear we need systems change, or climate change is really systems change. And so, can you make your presentation full screen?
I read, and then I take it away, read, take it away, take it, read, and no, I have a terrible.
Yeah, so a systems massager is someone who is, or the way I like to think about it, is looking at the systems that we are currently operating within and figuring out how I can use myself within the system to apply changes to the system with the capacity that I have as a being. And before I begin, I wanted to just take a moment to acknowledge the Munsee Lenape and Mohican people whose land I'm currently residing on, and to take a moment to invite everyone for a moment of silence and reflection of the land, of the people that, and the history of the place that you're currently on. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about emergence. It's a term that has meant a lot to me more recently in struggling with how to be a human today. I see emergence as what the climate crisis is and what different systems of oppression are. If you look at emergence, it's a whole bunch of individual parts working and doing some type of behavior that's creating a new behavior in the collective of a whole bunch of things interacting with each other. And so the climate crisis or environmental degradation and pollution, they're all an emergent phenomena, or a whole bunch of individuals behaving in a certain way that's creating the planetary crisis that we see it is today, or white supremacy in America, the country that I'm in right now, internalized homophobia or transphobia. They're all patterns of emergence or a culture. And so when I ask myself what it means to be human today, I'm also recognizing the responsibility of what it means to be human today. I'm embodying the emergent phenomena of the culture that I'm born within, but I'm also embodying the potential to be part of that change. And so for me, I was talking to a friend recently about what guides me or what grounds me in this time. And I learned about the climate crisis when I was really young. I received a stuffed sloth for my birthday when I was around 5. And in learning about a sloth, I learned about the rainforest, and in learning about the rainforest, I learned about deforestation and the climate crisis. And suddenly I was struggling with what it meant to be human. I was trying to learn how to be a part of this society and fit in while I was also questioning it. And I also identify as a non-binary person. And I learned about that when I was even younger. And I was once again dissociating myself from the society I was being raised within. I was seeing myself as having one truth, and the society around me was reading me and seeing me as a different person. And so that dissociation or separation is what I began to see lay at the roots of the climate crisis, this idea of domination over and disconnection from other people. And so the climate crisis as a guide led me to learning about systemic oppression and seeing that we're dominating over nature and we're also dominating over other human beings, depending on how we perceive ourselves to like maintain some sense of our own identity. And so the climate crisis has invited for me this recognition that I needed to come out as non-binary. I needed to be authentic and true to who I am, confront my own internalized white supremacy, which I'm constantly doing, my own internalized homophobia, which I'm also is a constant practice, but it's also helping me like untangle the knots of what it means to be living in America, this active decomposition that I have to do within myself. And so that's what this film project I'm working on is really all about. It's me sharing my own little small story in order to open up spaces to listen to the stories of others. Because for me, in grappling with being raised in a culture that is born from trauma, that's born from colonization and enslaving people, and seeing how I absorbed that toxicity and how I became a part of this culture, that it's those acts of decomposing those parts of myself that is the healing of the climate crisis, that is helping guide the way through. Because I don't have a history of relationship to nature. I have to relearn those things as a white person who's not native to the land I'm on. And so I'm often feeling angry and grieving and confused and frustrated at the world around me, at the violence that's going on around me. And there's opportunities for joy and there's opportunities for grief. And that those emotions is the thawing or the like denumbing that is a part of the kind of traumatized culture of that I've seen in America, that I dissociate, that I numb out. And it's the acts of feeling that help me actually connect with people. And so this short film, by touring around America, it's intended to spotlight the stories of other people, spotlight the stories of the audience members and how they're feeling. And by reflecting all this collective storytelling, these collective feelings, the collective how are people taking responsibility, I'm hoping that that illuminates and brings to light the heart that lies within us. So it creates this emergence of something new. And that's what gives me hope. So emergence ultimately gives me hope. Because as individuals taking responsibility, we have the possibility of transforming the emergent phenomena of what it means to be alive today and to be a part of this regeneration. So I want to thank all the partners and all the creators that helped create this. I'm trying to also end my video, that helped create this event today. And I just feel very grateful to be a part of a group of people and to be in community with people that are sharing a common vision of where the future can go. And it's this act of like connection and vulnerability of what it means to be human and alive and in this body and on this land that I feel like is a part of healing. So thank you all for your time. And I look forward to hearing from others. Thank you.
Liv, thank you very much for that lovely, presentation. Up next, we have Aaron Huey, who is a National Geographic photographer, but also an expert storyteller. So with no further ado, I would like to give the virtual stage to Aaron Huey. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a round of applause for him? Yay! Oh, there you are. All right. Beautiful human beings. Aaron Huey is here with us live, and he's about to share his creativity with you, but he cannot share it with you if you're out there. So I'm gonna ask you all to make a little bit of an effort. Stand the fuck up and make your way inside. Aaron, I'm hurting the humans for you. They're coming. I'm making an effort, man. Thanks, man. Jurgis. Yeah. Zach, lovely meeting you too. Lovely meeting you too. Can we get some noise in the room so people know that it's actually happening?
Yep. This microphone is not on.
Yeah.
Is this
Yeah,
microphone?
Vince, turn it up, so that people know that it's happening.
Mic check. Nice.
And as
All
I
right.
mentioned,
Yeah, let's
National
do it.
Geographic photographer,
I'm totally ready.
expert storyteller. Aaron, if you're ready, the stage is yours.
I'll take it. All right. So, I think in my intro, there were a couple of my lives were introduced, but I'm going to talk today about my life with amplifier.org. Most people know Amplifier from work like this, or the work that's outside on that big wall of posters. We're a nonprofit design lab that builds art and media experiments to amplify the most important movements of our time. The way that works is that we give commissions to thousands of artists who work on campaigns for hundreds of nonprofits in the grassroots space across, I think you'll see just about every topic right now. And the way that works is we've given out probably 500,000 over the last 3 years to artists to do the work that you're gonna see. And I'm not gonna go really deep into the Nat Geo backstory, but I do kind of have to start here because this project started when I hit the ceiling at National Geographic. I was working on stories as a National Geographic photographer. That was my day job, still is. And I was doing stories where the community wanted a different kind of story told than the editorial magazines could tell. And it's because they had an agenda, and they wanted something to happen, and that's not the job of editorial publications, is to try to make things happen. They're to witness. And so I needed to leave the magazines. And I had the dream, like, what if I could take the images that I was making for magazines like National Geographic and talk somebody like this guy, into helping me make them something we could get outside of magazines. You're probably familiar with Shepard Fairey, and he did take that image and he helped turn it into this. And we started putting the words that the community wanted in these stories on these images. And we started making it bigger and bigger and moving it into the streets. And we actually started out also with one of my favorite artists in the world, Ernesto Urena. He was working on a lot of immigration and border issues at the time. And together, the three of us collaborated on a series of images, turning my photographs into work that we could move into the streets. This was 2011. And we used those to make posters and stickers, and we made thousands and thousands that went up on walls in dozens of cities around the country. The majority of those were put up by strangers who all believed in the message, and many of whom downloaded the free graphics on a website that we set up that also had teaching tools and other resources. Now, I originally made all this work as free downloads at high resolution online so that it could provide plausible deniability for illegal wheat pasting. Because I'd learned that from Shepard, that if we had all this stuff up and high res, and there were complaints later that it showed up in a city, that anybody could have downloaded this stuff and printed it and put it up. So it also made the spread of the work unlimited. And I didn't realize the power of what that was going to be able to do, but people started downloading the art and carrying it in things like KXL roadblocks. They made banners for community workshops. They carried them in protests, and this was the beginning. But like the photography that I was doing, it needed to evolve from art that was designed by a few to art designed by as many artists as we could find. We wanted to make an art machine for social change. And from that work on land rights, we expanded to work on immigration reform and criminal justice reform, always moving the art into the streets. We put that work up outside where people couldn't choose to subscribe or not subscribe, because confronting people in the streets with these messages, we believed could wake them up in a way that photojournalism couldn't. And we started commissioning more and more artists, and those experiments continued. And this mentality of space hacking, taking over spaces usually without permission, continued, and it's been really crucial to our work this entire time. It steals the space that we can't afford to buy with advertising dollars and tells you things like, hey, prisons don't work. There's too many people in prison. And one of my all-time favorite space hacks, and one that I'm carrying in my pocket with me here, that I'll start distributing around Miami, was an experiment done with $500 worth of black and white stickers that we used to take over millions of dollars of advertising in the streets and subways. This was a project that we built with Hank Willis Thomas, and it doubled as a community storytelling project because it allowed people to fill in the blanks to complete their own story. The truth is, prisons are whatever people wanted to write, and they could leave them with us, or they could take them with them and put them up on advertising that they found around town. The truth is, prisons are necessary to keep POC enslaved, someone wrote. They go really well with underwear models. I could do these ones all day. This is my favorite project, I think. You just do, thousands of these, thousands and thousands and thousands. And we had this great idea back then that we would just keep working on criminal justice reform projects. It was something we thought we could work with Democrats and Republicans, and we had all these allies. And then this happened. And that kind of derailed everything, and all of our plans changed. And we went from working on projects here and there to working on projects 20 hours a day for a few months. And this was the moment we saw really clearly a lot of energy and a lot of fear and the need for something to push back with and to hold on to. So in the days after the election, probably like everybody else, we were gathering in our kitchens and gathering all of our friends, and we realized, that the American narrative was leaning even more heavily towards open, proud racism, sexism, xenophobia, violence, and we realized we had to try to create a new narrative. We wanted to make a compass that could point to the world that we wanted to live in and that we wanted our children to live in. So we set to work, and we convened several nights of what we called language labs. We would get together people like you in a room, thought leaders from across the country, artists, organizers, journalists, poets, educators, political influencers, really anybody. And we asked one question: what do you say when the whole world is watching? And we asked that question because we knew our target. Our target was Inauguration Day, and we knew that that's where every camera in the world would be pointing. And we thought, we can make something big enough that those cameras can see that. We were sure of that. And we wanted to send a message. Our goal was an ad campaign in the nation's biggest newspapers, because even though protest signs were banned from the inaugural route, like for the first time ever, I think, you couldn't have any signs on the inaugural route, no one can tell you you can't carry a newspaper. So we were going to smuggle the messages in with a newspaper. And through those language labs over those 4 days, 200, 300 people in New York, the Bay Area, and all over the country that worked with us landed on "We the People" and a series of untouchable phrases that couldn't be pegged to a political party or a side, phrases that could be a compass for red or blue states. "We the people defend dignity, are greater than fear, and protect each other." This art was not made in an office. It was made in and by the communities affected, by photographers and artists who were affected. And from the beginning, we knew that we wanted it to be crowdfunded, and the idea was that every dollar donated would pay for 6 printed, physical, distributed copies in newspapers. That is really cheap printing and distribution. And the hack of the newspapers meant that we had someone to do the distribution and delivery for us. So in the end, it worked. We broke a Kickstarter record, and we raised $1.36 million in 8 days with 23,000 small donors. And then we forgot to do anything with it for a couple days. Then we thought we should open up just an online shop And we raised another $1 or $2 million in the next 7 days. And we used all that money to print ad after ad. This work appeared as full-page ads in USA Today and the New York Times, back page of the Washington Post. And we asked people to carry those papers with them in the marches and to flood the streets. And they did by the hundreds of thousands. They filled Times Square. But what surprised us the most was that people were showing up with these things in Jackson Hole and Miami, and because local print shops and people's home printers were just on overdrive, working overtime to print this art that people got from the free downloads on the website. Because we do still, everything we make is a free high-resolution download. And because of those free downloads, people were able to get creative with how they use the art, from dresses to quilts to projections on buildings. People made stamps, people got tattoos, and for those days, the protests were a sea of art. I knew when it was really working was the morning of the Women's March. Someone sent a text that was this image from the Brandenburg Gate, and we did not send any images to Berlin. And then we started to see them in Brazil and Kenya and Bogota, Colombia, and the Philippines. And everywhere we did the research, we could not find a women's march that did not have the work. From there, the next really big hack for us was schools, and this was not one we were planning. We're coming for the kids now. We have been for a few years now. This was one that came to us. Teachers started coming to us saying, we have this and we want to know how to talk about it, or we want this. Wait, how does that work? Yeah. We have this, but we don't know how to talk about it, or we don't have it, but we do know how to talk about it. So we decided to start setting up a way for educators to get a hold of this work, and the Amplifier Educators Group was formed. We started working with teachers to get art on classroom walls on subjects from the environment to American civics. And the first project we launched was called We the Future, and the goal was to put physical artwork into 20,000 classrooms, 20,000 K-12 classrooms in every state. And this was really inspired by a conversation with an artist we work with Ernesto Urena, my first partner in this project. He remembered when he was young, there was a campaign called the Think Different campaign. And in elementary school, there were pictures of like world leaders on the wall. And I think it was an Apple campaign. Is that right, Catherine? But the reason that stuck in his mind so much was because it was physically there every day and it was broadcasting every day. It's not like the images that we swipe by now and forget. They were transmitting every single day for year after year. And the teachers that put this work up in classrooms, it will stay there 1 year, 2 years, 5 years. Some of the teachers we sent work to 5 years ago still have it on their classroom walls. And I think that makes a difference. And we send everything that we send out, we also work with the nonprofits that we partner with to build lesson plans and toolkits for the classrooms that tell kids how to get involved with projects like these or with the organizations themselves. This was one we did with Amanda Gorman. And we send it out as newspapers that can be unrolled and then put up on the walls because instead of printing fancy posters at like $20 a tube, we can send out a package of these things for $3 with all the shipping. And now they're in classrooms all over the country. And I think right now our physical classrooms are at 20,000, and we've got twice that many in digital classrooms, and we're going to just keep expanding. It was around this time, a couple years ago, that we also started building in augmented reality to bring the voices of these young leaders back into these pieces, because you can only say so much with 1, 2, 3 words on a poster like this. But every one of these have such a deep story underneath that we wanted to find ways to surface that. I don't know if any of you saw this piece out in the entryway, but this piece actually talks when you look at it through your phone. See if this is gonna.
The climate crisis is the defining issue of our time, but it's also our generation's greatest opportunity to come together. We are flooding the streets, the courthouses, and the voting booths by the millions.
So this will work at any size. It'll work the size of a postcard. It'll work the size of a 200-foot tall building. And now we're doing it on most of the campaigns that we have the capacity to do it on. We helped relaunch the Wide Awakes, a movement from the 1860s that was an abolitionist movement that got Abraham Lincoln elected. And we made a lot of really fun stuff with this. And so like all the stickers we made it so that when you look at it through your phone, like they change and they do things. And a lot of those are out on that wall out there, and you can download that app. We're also taking off into new media. We're doing a lot of animation and animated films now. So in the same way that we developed a portfolio of artists like Shepard, we're now developing portfolios of animators. We're playing with 16 and 32-bit graphics. We just got asked by the US Forest Service to redesign Smokey the Bear. And since I'm a kid from the 80s, I had to rock that 80s style. So this was my contribution to the new Smokey campaign that just launched. Apparently, people don't know how to put out campfires, but this is the correct way to put out a campfire. All right. We're hacking the metaverse now. We're starting to take up space inside of persistent virtual worlds, and we're only going to expand on that. We've had clothing for a while, but now what we're really excited about is taking some of this into spaces like Decentraland and other places where we're going to be minting clothing lines with messaging around mental health and well-being, because when I look really at the last few years of all the crises we've been going through and everything Amplifier has been building artwork around, the one thing that we are sure of is that there will be another school shooting, and there will be maybe another pandemic, and there'll be another political crisis. But over all of them, I think that one of the lessons we've learned at Amplifier is that we have to learn how to take care of each other and to take care of ourselves, and that mental health has really been slipping over these last 5 years. And so we're gonna try and find fun ways to like bring things into spaces to have that conversation. So this one's got the Space Cat on the front. It says, "Don't panic." We're also gonna have limited edition Space Cat heads you can wear if you wanna rock that in Decentraland and support mental health and well-being. And we're also minting new currencies. We're designing new economies. And this is a fun one. I'm gonna leave you all with this one because it's in like super prototype phase, but this was the early first prototype. It'll get much more dimensional, but all of this money, when you look at it through in this particular version, Spark AR, will come to life and animate. So we haven't shown anybody this yet. That's prototype number 1, but we're gonna design several different currencies. And if you want to find any of our work as free downloads, I think there's 10 or 20,000 free downloads on our website right now on any topic and in a dozen different languages, so 20 and some odd languages now. So that's it. Go get some free art. Move it out in the world.
Thank you so much.
Roxy, I was thinking we still have a couple of minutes. I'd love to ask Aaron a question.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I was about to be like, who wants to have a conversation with Aaron?
I'd love to
He's
have a
amazing.
conversation. We've got like 5 more minutes. I think we're actually
Perfect.
quite.
Well, here we go.
But let me
I'm
ask
just gonna
you.
say.
You want to ask him a question? Or?
I want to just say thank you. This man basically followed me blindly into the dark and came out here for, I think, an alignment on mission and vision. And thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And Aaron, I wanted to ask you one question.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, everybody is talking about blockchain and crypto and NFTs here at Art Basel this year. Sorry.
Yeah.
Pardon my ignorance. But one of the fundamental things we need to address when we give art away, or we want it to actually reach more audiences, is the whole issue with intellectual property. So I was just wanted to ask you how you feel about it, what your thoughts and opinions are concerning NFTs, intellectual property, and we also saw you're getting into crypto as well. Is that what that?
Well, we're gonna launch our own social token, actually. So we probably won't do that until after Ethereum 2 comes out. We do want to keep our eye on the environmental impact, but at the same time, we could say that same thing about the fashion industry and the clothes that we're wearing, and I think some of the energy is misdirected there a little bit. But we are right in the middle of trying to understand how, as a nonprofit, we can do the distribution of money as royalties to artists, and so it's actually quite complicated, and we're right dead in the middle of trying to understand what we legally can and cannot do right now. So I actually don't have any answers on that one yet. What have we discovered so far? I think we may have to start a for-profit branch to be able to give royalties.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. That's not where my expertise in amplifier lies. I have a bad business brain, but I do think there is, no matter what, there'll be ways that we'll be able to redistribute that funding. It can be called a grant after the fact. I mean, the accounting on it should be really easy to track because of the blockchain. So I think there will be a solution. I don't have any of the answers currently.
But there's an opportunity, clearly.
Yeah.
Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, a big warm round of applause for Aaron Huey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. What? Ah. Buy some art, of course. Roxy, the next presenter is someone who's very dear to us both. Would you like to co-present him, or should I go ahead? What do you think? Do you need a mic to add on? Otherwise, you know, the Akashic Network won't pick it up. Do we have Benjamin Von Wong with us? Vince. Lovely.
Coming in hot. Well, for those of you who haven't seen the outdoors, if you peek outside, what you'll discover is a giant plastic tap. So we recreated Benjamin Von Wong's Turn Off the Plastic Tap. Maybe someone can pull back the curtain, which is all about turning off the tap on plastic.
Hey Vince, you gotta add the sound to the screen share. There we
Hello
go.
friends, my name is Benjamin Von Wong and I am in Morocco right now. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you today, but I am so excited for you to be at this event, that you get to witness this concept of the giant faucet spewing plastics all over the environment. As most of you know, plastic pollution is a huge problem. Over the course of the pandemic, single-use plastic consumption went up by 250% in the United States. And it's just something that we all know is a problem, but we don't know what to do about it. The hope of the project was actually to create something that would point us straight to the source, right? If your bathtub was overflowing with plastics, you would want to make sure to turn off the tap before mopping up the floor. And I think these days there is too much focus, too much attention on cleaning up the oceans before even thinking about how we're going to stop plastic production in the first place. Now, I get it, it's a big, complicated problem, but the purpose of art is for us to be inspired, for us to connect with one another, for us to see the magnitude of problems when we face them. You know, to create a project like this, I think the ideas that can spread as a result of art are really, really powerful. And you know, it's kind of wild to me that I can be all the way here in Morocco and there is a team of people that are so motivated, so dedicated, that have come together to bring a project to life that couldn't have happened any other way. So huge thank you to the Design Science Studio. Thank you, Lena, for being the one to really pull this together. Thank you, Roxy, and all the other volunteers that have stepped up to the plate to fight for something that they believe is truly important. While you're here today, I hope that you take a lot of selfies. At the end of the day, art, I believe, is an infinite resource. It's something that can spread far beyond normal physical boundaries, because these stories that we tell are infinite. They can keep spreading as long as people are inspired by them, as long as people want to continue speaking about them. And I think there's some power to that no other medium can really do. So with that being said, I hope you have a fantastic time where you're at. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to come, take photos, search up Giant Plastic Tab if you're curious to learn more. And thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna get off before things get a little too crazy here, but it's been wonderful. Catch you soon. Bye, guys.
Keep the energy flowing and everything more or less glued together. If you ever built Legos as a child, you will know that sometimes you didn't find the perfect piece, so you kind of went like, yeah, and hoped it holds. And this is basically what we're doing, and apparently quite successfully. You still having a good time? You still enjoying yourselves? Good, lovely. We have another artist who couldn't be with us today, but whose art we also have in this space, in this beautiful, marvelous space, the wonderful Badu Chao. And I don't know if we can turn that camera over in this direction, just maybe to get a bit of an idea of what this fantastic artist does. And perhaps even Roxy can tell us a word or two about Badu Chao himself and about what he brought to this lovely space. Yes. All I can say is what I have on this screen, which is that he is an exiled Chinese dissident artist based in Australia, whose work has taken on a wide variety of forms, including political cartoons, installations, street art, and performances. His art is renowned for denouncing human rights abuses, and the suppression of free speech in China. So be sure to take a look at his work, be sure to take a picture, and be sure to put him on Instagram and to tag him and say thank you. Hey, thank you for having your art here at the Regenaissance. Bravo!
Is this thing working? Hello. Okay, great. So Badu Chao is actually here. He's like stuck and can't make it back currently. So hopefully we'll reschedule him because he's amazing. Many might call him the Banksy of China. He was brought through Gray Area, one of our core partners. And he's exiled from China because of his radical artwork that talks about some of the devastating and terrible things that are happening there. And he is committed to helping share that message for human rights, even if that means he doesn't get to go home. So we're really honored to represent him for his courage and dedication. He told me this really interesting antidote, which I don't totally understand, but I found it really endearing, which was, I was like, thank you for the work that you're doing. He's like, it's like a little girl with little red shoes. You just got to keep on dancing. And I don't totally know what that means, but I remember it. But yeah, he was just kind of talking about the fact that, you know, you really just have to keep going, and it's incredibly important to, you know, stand for what you believe in. And when you find something that you don't agree with and you don't believe in, that you can use your art and your time and your energy and your purpose to help facilitate a different way, a different understanding. What was that? I really believe that art is a great translator. Like the creative translation that art does, Aaron Huey just obviously demonstrated so well with all the work of Amplifier and what that does. Like the simple, distilled, embodied messages
like moments of understanding, shared experience that can radically transform our ability to understand, connect, and change our future, is a lot of what I feel really inspired by his work. So hopefully we'll get to reschedule him in the next few days because he's here. He's been helping us for days. So yeah, shout out to Baru Chao. And I have the great honor and pleasure of welcoming some dear friends, one new friend, one long-time friend. Aww, Alira. They're here representing the Wirikuta Preservation Project, and they will share all about it. We get to experience some of the beautiful work from the Huichols that are here, the beaded skull on the wall. There's an entire shelving area displaying the beautiful work that came all the way from Guatemala, and they will tell you all about it. The only thing I want to add maybe is I obviously really like beadwork. It's a thing. I'm Colombian, half Colombian, and there's another tribe called the Putumayo who I've also connected deeply with. And I went and I did this interview with them many years ago and learned about how their beadwork is their language and some of the oldest language. When people think there weren't language, their beadwork expressed that language. And so I feel really resonant and connected with that language and the language of the people. And we're so honored to have those stories transmitted into this place as we're regenerating their culture and inviting these beautiful beings who are helping to support their culture's regeneration forward in the world. Welcome, come. Do you want to plug in here? We can also pull this one up here if you want to be up. If you want to stand together.
Just if you go too far, the speakers it'll feedback. I'll turn it on. So yeah, is that plugged in? Hello. Yeah. Has everybody fallen asleep? What happened?
Hello, how are you? My name is Santiago. Thanks for the organizers of this event, putting all the effort and all the people coming here. And thanks for your time, hearing me out. I'm originally from Mexico City, and I still live there. I still live down there. I'm just here like pretty much to present this because right now the members of the tribe couldn't be here because of the dispute of drug cartels on the zone. So there's a roadblock of the cartel and they cannot go out of the tribe. So they send us in the representation and they send us a letter from the tribal government saying that we can speak on their behalf. So thanks for everybody for bearing along with us and taking a little bit of your time here to talk about the Wixárika people. To talk about the Wixárika people, I need to give you a little bit of history of Mexico and a little bit of history, maybe even of the States, no? Because since Columbus arrived in 1492, the land got divided again. And there was what they call now tribal land, Indian reservations, and different ways of dividing the land. So through the West Indies Company, the European governments control the natives, and they're the ones that divided the land. And still today in Latin America, most of the tribal land, we don't have the papers that said that that land is ours. Those papers are in Spain with the vice king. So that's why I say I need to say a little bit about history so you understand what we're dealing with, and the bureaucracy and the corruption of our government is made it really difficult for us to push forward with different legislations and different things. The Wirrárica people, they're the last indigenous people in Mexico to preserve their pre-Columbian traditions. This means that they still live like 90% like the old days. They still make their clothes, have their ceremonial calendar, tribal government that is chosen by the elders, and they also have their own religion or spirituality separated from the government that they managed to hide for more than 500 years. And now they're being jeopardized because their main connection to God is a plant that many of you know as peyote plant, peyote medicine. We call it jicuri down in Mexico. And that's where all this art comes from the visions of the medicine man. For them, their gods are the peyote, the white-tailed deer, and the corn. And if you see in nature, at the same time that the corn is growing, the white-tailed buck is growing his antlers. So that's when it's time to do the first hunt for the tribe. And that hunt takes them to the medicine, which they bring back with the holy waters to bless their people. There's many things that we're being jeopardized now, like tomato plantations are destroying the habitat where the peyote grows. Here we're gonna put a slide here. The tomato plantations are being destroying the where the peyote is growing. This is Viricuta, and this is how the tomato plantations are arriving, and they're just bulldozing where this medicine grows. If you guys know anything about medicine, we cannot use as much medicine. We don't want the same thing that happened with ayahuasca, same thing happened to peyote, because ayahuasca, they overused it, they overharvested because of tourism. And nowadays, all the ayahuasca that you drink is planted. Only few people know the Amazon well to go inside the bush and find you a wild vine. Only really few. And peyote, you can still find it wild. So it's a treasure, you know? It takes 50 years to grow one button, 50 years. So these guys are moving in. They don't even have paperwork to those lands, and they're just bulldozing the land. And the tribe has been pushed out of this land for 500 years, like I told you before. So what we're doing basically here, through this art, we go around the world and we're raising money to purchase land and give it back to the tribe so they can still practice their spirituality, their ceremonies, their burials, everything that they have been doing for thousands of years. I just want to put a small video here. We also made a movie 3 years ago how we confronted mining corporations. You can find it in YouTube, and we have traveled around the world with it. It's called The Last Peyote Guardians. So if you have any questions after the movie about peyote, about the Huichol people, about their art, and how 100% of this goes to support the tribe. I don't even keep a penny, nothing. And I'm here to answer anything. Thank you very much. Pamparios. Yeah. Sound? You should have sound. No. No, it's coming out of the laptop. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Ahorita al final. So a little bit to talk about while they're fixing this. I'm gonna continue talking about peyote. Peyote is a plant that grows from the middle of Mexico, the state of San Luis Potosí, and then there is a cone that goes all the way to Texas. Peyote or peyotism, the religion of peyote, peyote cult, is the oldest religion in this continent that we have. They have found in caves in Coahuila, Mexico, peyote necklaces for 10,000 before Christ with photocarbon proof. This means that this is older than the Bible, older than the Old Testament. So Columbus wasn't lost at sea, you know? Like they found him lost over there. So in order to fix all what we're living now, we need to know our history because we need to know what we fix. I've been to Germany and they're the only country that teaches their kids what they've done. Here they don't teach what they've done. Some Americans don't even know about Trail of Tears, you know? Like, we need to think about all of this and be conscious of what has happened in these lands for us to change. Is that sound good? Okay, so here it goes. Now it's not working. Jesus. Okay, didn't work. Well, yeah. Well. Okay. Thank you. Bueno. I don't think the video is gonna work, so we can jump into the questions. Yeah. Yeah, the juju thing. Yeah. Yeah. Whoever has the owl feathers, ahí ya muy. Yeah. Come on.
But I think we can take a question in the meantime, right? Does anybody have questions for Santiago?
No, you're not even in the right page. No, it doesn't. Bueno. So what we did now on the 16th of September, they were gonna come in and bulldoze all the land where the medicine is growing. So me and my partner, together with a non-profit in New York, we put the first $40,000 out of our pocket because we didn't want the land to be destroyed. And now we're trying to raise more capital. We have the whole we are trying to raise more capital to acquire 5,000 acres of land where we're gonna not only protect the peyote, we are gonna reintroduce all the cacti that are in this desert because we just had a relative that is in Morocco there speaking before me. In Morocco, the desert is sand, but here this desert holds 80% of the cacti of the world. So for biodiversity, everybody always thinks about how the Amazon and other places to protect, but in the desert we also need to protect it because there's aquifers, there's biodiversity, there's research, there's medicine plants that we can still use. So it's not only about protecting the peyote, it's about protecting the desert, no? And the culture that still lives within it. That, pues, like I said, is the oldest religion on this continent. Sorry that we couldn't load the video, but any questions about, I don't know if anyone has been in a ceremony, anyone has been yeah. Yeah.
I just had a question around the younger generations, the ritual community.
Yeah.
They, coming into these ceremonies, or is there a continuation of the language and the culture, or is there this desire to, move to the city and have a more of a mainstream culture? So you could speak to what's going on with the younger generation.
So the Wirrárica tribe has a really, they have an assembly of elders. And to be part of the tribe, you need to be following certain rules within the tribe, because the way that they work, if you don't, the tribe doesn't work. So the kids, there is a big problem with media. Social media has distracted, or not distracted, like kids want to become like other kids in the world. I'm not blaming them for what they're doing. But for sure now they're exposed to the world, because 50 years ago, you only get there by a donkey. Like there were not even roads. Like you need to hike up there like 3 days. So like hiking kept them hermetic from all the problems, you know. So now the kids, yeah, they're taking it. They're still learning, but I for sure see the factor of now wanting to leave. Why am I gonna dress like this, Grandpa? Are you kidding? Like they don't want to be like that, you know. So, yeah. You could have set it up on his laptop while I'm talking. This guy really wants you guys to see the trailer of the movie. Sorry to take the time because it's really good. So, bro, could you open it in the laptop if I still have time? Meanwhile, we can have questions or anything. I see. It's in YouTube. It's Last Peyote Guardians. Yeah. And then the full movie is in Vimeo. And the money goes directly to the tribe too. Yeah. And pues again, the representatives of the tribe couldn't be here because of violence in my country. So that was something bigger than me. Yeah.
We're not able to hear them asking questions.
Spanish, they speak with Rarica. So through I started doing social work with the tribe, and then I got like adopted there. I see. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Soy Clemente Ramírez. Me vine hace 7 años a la ciudad de Guadalajara, Jalisco, México. Se podría decir que con mis compañeros somos como cualquier grupo de estudiantes de la ciudad. Pero a la vez tengo otro nombre, otra vida. En mi tierra soy Ubeni Tema, hijo de Urramuire, Maracame de la comunidad pirrárica de La Laguna, y de Turama, mi madre. Somos los Birraritari, un pueblo que a pesar de la conquista española y el avance de la sociedad mestiza mexicana, mantiene su cultura, sus ritos, su forma ancestral de vida. Los de afuera nos llaman huicholes, los últimos guardianes del peyote.
La peregrinación de Wirikuta es de tiempos inmemoriales. Este peregrinaje que se hace no es la primera vez que lo estamos haciendo. Ese viene muy antiguo, donde nace del mundo, donde nace del universo.
Porque todo lo que hay ahí en Wirikuta, todos son sagrados, sean animales, sean plantas. Para nosotros, todos son sagrados.
Necesitamos una fuente de trabajo estable y aquí nuestra cultura y siempre ha sido la minería.
Tendríamos capacidad de generar 500 empleos directos y 1.500 empleos directos para la comunidad durante 15 años.
Pues dicen que van a trabajar subterráneo, que por arriba no se va a ver nada de eso. ¿Qué creen, que somos pendejos?
Pues Wirikuta para mí, la Sierra Sagrada de los Huicholes, es la casa de los dioses.
Nuestra preocupación con la minera es que nos diga si vas a hacer perforaciones profundas, porque su proyecto es muy ambicioso, muy grande. ¿Qué tanto riesgo tenemos de que nuestros mantos acuíferos sean afectados?
Me parecen en ese sentido unos maestros. Nos están diciendo qué están haciendo ustedes para cuidar la vida.
Pues, thank you everybody, and we'll be here if anyone wants to talk more close about the preservation of the peyote and the preservation of this sacred desert. Everybody is welcome. Thank you, Pampa Dios. Muchas gracias. Yeah.
All right. How are y'all feeling? You still present? You still good? Very good. About a month ago, can I get your attention, please? Thank you very much. Lovely. About a month ago, I had a beautiful musical revelation. I was on the lovely island of Ibiza, and I had the opportunity, the honor, to witness a musician that captured my imagination, who ignited my sense of what was possible with music. And I'm very honored to tell you that we have that musician here with us today. Yes. He will not be performing, unfortunately, much to our common dismay, but he is here with his partner, Evian, and they're going to share their latest work. So I would like to give the stage to a dynamic creative duo, Evian and Ape Chimba. Can I get a big round of applause for the two of them? Hay un micro. Listo. They will be Amoriri, and then we're going to give you the opportunity to talk to these beautiful wave-making artists. ¿Lo ponemos de una?
Sí, yo creo que lo ponemos.
Listo, lo ponemos y después hacemos
Well, I'm going to just explain a little bit about the song. This song came to me in Bali, journeying very deep with mushrooms, and I just was in the studio recording and was not planned what happened. So this is like a product of the beyond, and yeah, I don't know what more say about it. And yeah, the name is Amoriri, and it's a play on words, like about love and die. Amor is love and die is morir. So like the main meaning of the song is about this, about love and die.
Hello, I'm Evian, and I am the co-producer, co-director, and co-writer with my beautiful partner. And we created the film after he brought the song here as, in a way, our offering to the environmental crisis in the world, because we feel and we know that it is important also that art be a part of activism, that it be a way to make the revolution irresistible. as a beautiful poet once said. And so this is our love song and our love story for the natural world. It starts out with a poem, a vow in a way for, and though it's written by me, it's something that is really written by the collective. And it says, as long as I breathe, I will listen to the mountains and the trees. I will sing gospel with the word. I will sing gospel with the birds and the morning sun. I will contemplate the wisdom of monkeys and the elegance of the wildfire. I will marry myself to moss and the dark earth. I will make my home in the oceans of infinity. I will not die while I still breathe. There is a way, there is a way, there is a way. Come, follow me.
I'm still so hoping you would sing for us. I was like, you're gonna have Abba here is not singing. I was like so sad. Oh. Tell us, Abba, where will we hear you performing? Where will we hear you performing?
Yeah, tomorrow we have a beautiful event in a place called Plant the Future. So you are welcome for sure to come. It's gonna be a lot of artists, me and Suchi is around here, which is also a super nice musician and filmmaker. And also Giselle Ward is gonna be offering her music. So you're welcome to come anytime.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the lovely opportunity to ask these two transcendental creators a couple of questions. So we have a mic. Does anybody have anything they would like to ask them? If everybody's shy, maybe I can. Oh, good. We have one. 3 questions. Lovely.
Thank you for this beautiful work. When I first saw it, hey, I felt like you had created what I've witnessed so many people feel, that the vision that you created, and it was so beautifully put together, the aesthetic and everything, and it's the star. I'm curious that in the part where the ritual happens, and what was that? What I mean, and how did what happened after that? Because I feel there's great value in sharing that experience and that ritual with people, and I'm curious what happened out of it.
So interesting. I'm trying to think back about like why did we even decide to do that? First, I'll say that part of our mission, we had the great honor of working with a group of Mayan wisdom keepers and descendants and dancers. Their group is called Ritual Maya. And so there was a very big, and we had lived in Tulum for a while at that point and had a lot birth from these lands. So there was a deep inspiration from the Mayan culture, and a lot of the places in the video are from there. However, we asked, and in our vision, we wanted to make sure that this was a story about not just one culture, but something that unites all cultures. And it's a tricky territory, it's a delicate territory to play in a way trying to honor the individuality and the infinity available in each culture and each tradition, but also not to limit ourselves to one, especially because both of us are multiracial and multicultural. Well, I'm multiracial, but you are multicultural. So, yeah. So the ritual was born in a way out of no tradition, and the traditions we have in some way been a part of, been present in, or studied in. And specifically, it was a ritual around death and around surrendering for a deep love towards a call. And in this case, the story of the call, you know, if you saw in the beginning, like this feeling of just non-belonging in the urban world and feeling a call towards something deeper, something different, but not knowing even where, like where to start or what to do. And And we try to use a lot of symbolism, which we ourselves maybe don't even understand the full depth of, because that's the beauty of symbolism, I feel. And so along the way, the clues leading towards this final culminating moment of a ritual of total surrender towards a mysterious calling that you don't know what's on the other side, but the love is so deep that you are willing to die for it. Yeah.
Beautiful. Does anybody else? No. Bueno, sorry, I'm trying to guard the door. Does anybody else? Roxy, you have a question, right?
First of all, I love you both so much. And my question is having the little buho, the little baby running around, is that the ceremony that you never thought would come? What has that transition been like for your creative process, and how is that going?
Well, for me, the process with having a baby and being involved in art has been very interesting, because I produce much more or less than normally, but I was focused more in one piece, especially, which is going to be the next short film. So I had basically 1 year. He's going to be 1 year in about 4 days, maybe 3 days, no? So in this last year, instead of thinking in albums or, like releasing tracks, I just really download one beautiful piece, and I was focused on that, on this piece, because that one, instead of doing a lot of things, because I didn't have the time, because I want to be present for him, and we are a team, and she also has to do her own things and her own to develop her gifts the same way like me, no? So yeah, it's been the ceremony with capitals.
Yeah, I couldn't answer this for a long time, so I'm not going to give the full, but I'll try to give the potent part of it. Absolutely, like even just the process of giving birth. I even thought once at some point about taking like a microdose of plant medicine, and I'm so glad I didn't, because like as many people know and are discovering, like there are so many other ways to experience transcendental states, and birth was the ultimate ceremony, the culminating moment of accessing strength, of surrender, of like being taken to my perceived limits and then beyond to an otherworldly limit. So just even the beginning of life is that, and it's interesting you asked this question, because I really felt the line between death and life is so thin, and in birth, to at least in my experience of natural birth, it is like you have to become very well acquainted with death. So yeah, and I haven't had much time to do any other projects since then, but it's okay. I actually acknowledge the importance that to be empowered as a woman does not necessarily mean what at least I learned from the feminist movement, which was be in your career. Like that's also a career, and that's enough. It's not just little or anything. It's building life. So I'm coming back, but I'm letting the natural rhythm take its course. Thank you for asking.
So lovely. Does anybody else have any other questions? Because I have one. I wanted to ask you about the role of the artist in helping people reconnect with spirit. And clearly your work of art is about that. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about that mission, about that journey, and also about how artists have to maybe reassume that role in society, and whether you feel that's a prerogative, or whether we have trouble with the industries and the systems for artists to really reconnect with that role.
So Honestly, I don't believe in a connection with the spirit without connecting with nature. I think it is not possible at all. So whatever you are, you need to figure out how to connect you with nature. And from there, you can maybe, access to something else. So I think it's very easy. Honestly, it's more easy than seems. But you really need to want to connect in a deeper level with nature, Not just go to the beach and be in the beach. Maybe go to the beach and see something else. Or, look in that tree, that palm, and see something else than that tropical vibes, So this is my answer.
Ape, Evian, thank you very much. Evian, did you want to add something to that? Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a very warm round of applause for them, for their work, for their mission, for their path? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and when we reconvene, we will have Future of Cities with Tony Cho, Roxy, and hopefully Amanda as well. Looking forward to seeing you. Oh, and Andy X, sorry about that. So looking forward to seeing you all in 5 minutes.
Hello, world.
Thank you, Richard.
I was just following along with the track that was running, and then the track disappeared. But I guess that's what the vision train, the audio and vision train is doing sometimes. There it is. Is that you? the music is going two ways.
Yo, 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 yo. Stroopy, that sounds lovely, man. Don't stop, don't stop, just don't stop. Stroopy's jamming. That's Stroopy playing. Give me a minute. Stroopy to what? All right, Stroopy, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Very good. This is perfect proof that this gathering is truly hybrid. It's truly hybrid. We've got live hearts beating in this space. We've got people who are following and being part of this in the virtual place as well. And now, if we could get a big round of applause for Mr. Tony Cho from Future of Cities. He will be leading the panel with his... How would you describe the people who are taking part in this? Because they're not just associates, it's much more than that, right, Tony?
They're futurists, they're Regenaissance artists, creatives, ambassadors, and the patrons. It's the community, it's the regenerative community. Regenaissance.
Lovely. Would you like to introduce them?
Yeah, absolutely. Can we maybe shut the door too so we can have a little bit of... So Vince, you're gonna be, well, there's a little bit of reverb there. Thanks. Are you the one looping in the virtual folks? Just let me know when you. We have Thomas and Ethan that are going to be joining. I just sent them the link. Yeah, just so you know. To the Zoom. That Roxy sent the Zoom. Is that the right one? Okay, good. Maybe Andy, you can try to coordinate with Thomas to try to. He's always a little hard to wrangle. Exactly.
All right, we're waiting for the sign, for the signal.
We're we're gonna start because I know there's a big program and we have Oscar at 3:45. So there's Ethan. Hi, Ethan. All right. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Happy Regenaissance, Day 1, Art Basel, Miami. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Tony Cho, and I'm the CEO and founder of The Future of Cities, which is a multi-pronged platform aimed at impacting the lives of 1 billion people through innovations in the built environment. Sounds like a lot. Sounds like a big, ambitious platform, which it is. And it's kind of been the culmination of my life's work. I was a real estate broker, then a real estate investor and developer. I was in hospitality. I grew up on an ashram, an intentional interfaith community in Central Florida. And I think I was, my dharma, my purpose in life was really to help convene incredible thinkers and artists and creatives to solve big challenges. And essentially, that's what the Future of Cities sets out to do, is aim to really co-create and co-design the regenerative, equitable, just cities of the future, because that's where we live, that's where the communities are. And the world is urbanizing, and we're gonna go from 8 billion people to 11 billion people. And right now, 50% of the world's populations live in cities, in urban areas. By 2050, 72% of the world's populations will live in cities. If you combine that and couple that with, climate migration and climate refugee estimates by the UN, which could be as much as 1 billion people if we hit 2 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees Celsius, we have a whole host of challenges that are pretty major that we're up against over the next couple of decades. And so my idea and my passion and focus behind the Future of Cities is really to open source a new regenerative sustainable development platform called regenerative placemaking. And that's what this next panel is going to be on with some of my incredibly esteemed advisors from all over the world. Some will be in person, some will be calling in. And really what happened is I was a developer and pioneer of the Wynwood Arts District, which is also in Miami, and also Little Haiti Innovation District, the Magic City Innovation District here in Little Haiti. And I saw what successful real estate projects actually do to the local community. And it's not all a rosy picture. There's a lot of gentrification that happens, price gouging, and it starts to become more homogenized, and it loses the soul or the culture of what created that. And so events like this, where you're really amplifying the voices of the artists and the creatives, are really very fundamental to building sustainable, equitable, and just communities. And so that's kind of the genesis of the Future of Cities, which is part think tank, part real estate investment and development company, and part venture capital ecosystem that we're investing in, accelerating in climate tech solutions, we're investing in prop tech, we're investing in a lot of different solutions for the built environment. So it's very apropos that we're here partnering with all of our great partners from Metro One, Caravana, BFI, Design Science Studios, all of the incredible partners that have come together in a very short period of time for the Regenaissance for 100% of life. And that's really what we're stewarding here. So without further ado, I'm gonna invite Andy X, who's a doctor of nutrition, a dear friend, a sister, an advisor to Future of Cities, a futurist. And I'm also gonna invite Ethan Kent from Placemaking X, who comes from a lineage of placemakers. His father specifically was one of the most renowned placemaking thinkers and doers out there. And then when we get Thomas or Makora on, did you hear from him?
He was online.
He's online? Vince, do we have Thomas there in tow? Let me see. We can get started.
I am here.
Oh, hey. We don't see you, but we hear you.
I intend to
Oh, there you
be like a shadow.
Awesome. Great. Well, I'm really happy to have everybody here in the audience and out in the virtual world and in the world and in the metaverse, and having Andy here in person. This is really incredible how we can have these hybrid events actually function and work with so many things happening around us, DJs and festivals and artists co-creating this Regenaissance. So what I'd love to do is maybe start with Andy. You guys give a little bit of your background, and then I'm going to go into a little bit of a panel on kind of how all of our work ties into the Regenaissance and the regenerative placemaking efforts that we've all been working in our own respective worlds and communities. So Andy, why don't you start?
Yeah, thank you. Really happy to be here. Thank you everyone for coming here and online. Yeah, it's a great honor to be involved in Future of Cities, because when we think about what humanity can become and what we can develop into, we tend to look outside and we tend to build these futurist structures and things like that. And all of my work looks inside the human-built environment, if you will, in terms of the human body. And my career was in naturopathy and wellness and human health and mastering human physiology, understanding that we can feel however we want to feel in any moment when we extend our awareness to be able to really take data points from everywhere. Now, however, technology is getting to the point where it can help support us in that. And so when we look at the Internet of Things and the built environment and the technology that can respond to our literal pulse, as well as our figurative pulse, we start to see that a more potential, powerful humanity can evolve. And so that's my work really with FOC, is not only on the health front, but on the educational front of how can we as humans in the inner placemaking match the outer placemaking in a way that is regenerative rather than controlled or less informed or all these other things of a future that we don't want. And so yeah, it's my great honor to be here to collaborate with FOC on that front.
Amazing. Thank you, Andy. And maybe, Ethan, you can share with us a little bit about your work and how it ties into Future of Cities work and regenerative placemaking.
Cheers. Yeah, thank you, Tony. Thank you, Andy. Really wonderful to be here with you all and honor such an important conversation. So our focus is really actually, obviously in the outer part of placemaking, but indeed, fundamental to placemaking is our inner health, and how we connect with each other, how we connect with our place, shapes us. So you see, fundamental to the placemaking movement is really a deeper questioning of how we connect with each other into place, and sort of building up, ideally through regenerative means of places and people together. So I've gotten to, as Tony mentioned, I've gotten to work on placemaking projects all over the world, and for over 20 years in 60 countries. And really what I realized is there's incredible wisdom and expertise, but it's often in isolation. And what's really needed to we need to connect these efforts. We all have pieces of the puzzle of the wisdom. There's a lot of solutions out there, but it's really the systems change. It's the platforms that are needed to connect these efforts, these people, these best practices, to sort of build up regenerative systems that can be replicated and scaled to address our biggest challenges. So I founded something called Placemaking X a couple years ago to connect a lot of these leaders, and Thomas helped us give us some really key advice early on, and his book Recoded City, sort of a Bible for connecting and highlighting a lot of these leaders around the world. And we're excited now. We have, after a couple of years, we have 18 regional networks covering much of the planet. Just amazing people that are leading this work and innovating from many different sectors. We launched a Placemaking Cuban network last a couple weeks ago now, which is part of a larger Placemaking Latino America network. But the idea of these networks is they're about learning, amplifying learning, advocacy, and action. And of course, the platform of Future of Cities is really challenging us and supporting us all to take that bigger. Where a lot of placemaking right now is a lot of small scale, what we call lighter, quicker, cheaper improvements to public realm. But it's ready, and people are ready to scale that up to really shape land use, to move towards what we call sort of a place-led paradigm of where development competes to contribute to the public realm. And creates that virtuous cycle of investment, that regenerative process of investment of people and development design to support place. And we think place, we love the regenerative theme because we think place is there's infinite potential for place. And for the most part in great public spaces, it's additive for people. If you set it up as such, you want no one use or user group to dominate a space, but ultimately it's the places where people feel most alive, connect deepest with each other, with themselves. Those are the places that people are going to be naturally attracted to and want to contribute to. And those are the places that are going to sort of bring in this regenaissance.
So next up, Thomas Ermacora, dear friend, and doing incredible work for a very long time in this space, published a great book, Recoded the City, and is a great thinker and futurist and dear friend and advisor to the future of cities. Thank you for joining, Thomas. Real pleasure to have you here, virtually at least.
Thank you. I'm hearing an echo. Oh, it's very interesting. So first of all, thank you for having me here, Tony and Amanda. It's very nice to be here. I can't see what the composition of the room is like, but I suspect many wonderful people gathered in Miami right now, and I wish I could have been with you. I think it's a really important sort of strike back moment for the placemaking movement, because it's now loaded with new kinds of biomimicry technology, loaded with sort of enlightened placemaking and participatory thinking, and it's also enlightened with a sort of venture angle, which is really quite fascinating as a combination. So I think the traditional placemakers are going to be challenged, and that's good news. So first of all, thank you also, Ethan, for mentioning. It's true that I was a bit involved with the Placemaking X in the beginning, and really excited by the fact that there is such a, let's say, a gathering of leaders that's informal and that's multiplying the effect of the work that's been done for the last half century. That your father was one of the key initiators of. Even the term placemaking kind of came partly from his efforts. So the thing that I'm sort of very focused on, I can very briefly mention that I have quite diverse background. It's not been a sort of linear path to making buildings or cityscapes. It's been very mixed, and I've kind of navigated the micro scale with communities, also as a restaurateur, and running an innovation hub in London called the Lime Wharf, with the first kind of makerspace of its kind in Europe. So I've kind of really been in contact with people, and seeing directly face to face what micro placemaking feels like and looks like, and how you can create some of the great things that I enjoyed as a child in Europe. Europe has been blessed with millennia of placemaking, and it's not always obvious to reproduce the qualities of that in places that are quickly built and developed. And that's not to say Europe is perfect, but it certainly has layers. And so one of the big questions I've asked, and sort of the macro element, because I was involved with some of the first big eco-planning or master plans. I worked with Frank Gehry and Jan Gehl and people like that in the early 2000s. And I realized that we didn't really ask people correctly, what do you want to live in? Where do you want to live? And how do we create that place? How do you create shared ownership and shared constituency for this, community design that effectively the built environment and technology decides for you, and governance on top of that. So the city is quite oppressive to most people. And I think that's the thing I was trying to undo. So I looked at it from those two lenses, micro and macro. In terms of the macro, I started a nonprofit called Clear Village in the UK, which was the first participatory placemaking nonprofit about 12 years ago. And the goal really was to sort of reframe the question to the citizen: how do we do open source urbanism? How do we deliver more for people without having to spend more? Most places that see, I also owned Inhabitat with Jill Fernbacher for some years between 2008 and 2012, which was the largest sustainable design information channel. And we just realized that we needed to scale that. But most of the cases, it was basically design porn, trying to show these really cool new city blocks that were ecological and green, but they weren't actually delivering for people. So it was becoming obvious that effectively being a citizen was not necessarily sort of the thing that made you happy, and particularly you didn't necessarily have a say in how cities were being designed. So I think Future of Cities is this response, which is really necessary to gather the different threads that have been happening in the last 20 years, where you have this participatory open source urbanism element. How do you get the citizen involved? Then the sort of technology and ecology kind of an element, which is now framed under the term regenerative, which I kind of have been a thought leader in for a significant amount of time, but it had different words before. It was sustainability, then resilience. Now it's more regenerative, and of course they're different, but let's say they carry some of the same people. And so Future of Cities really, I find, is very, very promising in terms of the way that Tony has done this in a very open, not just open source, but just the energy with which Future of Cities comes forward, a bit like Placemaking X, is to let those who are doing things sort of support each other and enlighten the sort of path forward. So I'm tremendously excited by that. And I don't know if I feel maybe I'm rambling now. Maybe I've got too much gray hair. So I'll pass on the mic, and I look forward to the questions.
We're all kind of elders now. I don't know when this happened. We went from nightlife and ravers to elders from different communities. So it just happens like that overnight. Time is a very funny thing. But I'm just curious, how many people live in cities where they feel that the city is thriving for everyone? How many people really feel that cities are doing things right? Anybody want to raise their hand or where they're living? Not a huge show of hands. So that's really what we're talking about here, what Thomas and Andy and I, and that was really the inspiration behind Future of Cities and regenerative placemaking, because people would always ask me, well, what does the city of the future look like? How do you draw it? How do you envision it? How do you manifest it? And I have no place or authority or right to tell anybody what the future of cities looks like, because it's a co-creative, co-evolutionary thing that's co-created by the community, by the city, by the environment, has to be very inclusive. So all we can do is create a container for co-creation to emerge with the local people, because so many developers, investors, real estate people are colonizers, and not because they're bad people. They just come with their conditioning, with their ideas of what they think. Oh, Four Seasons should go here, a golf cart should go here. Who the hell said that that's where that should go? That's your idea. That's not what the indigenous wanted there. That's not what the local, baker, butcher, barber wanted for Main Street. That's what you want because you feel you're going to make the most amount of money. Well, what does that do for the rest of the community or society? That's not, building for 100% of life. And people are saying, well, we have to make it pencil. We have to make these investments work. Well, you know what? People are doing socially and environmentally conscious projects should be subsidized and should be supported through public-private partnerships, through foundation. You should be able to deliver better returns than a traditional real estate project, which is sucking the life out of culture, out of community, out of all kinds of opportunity that we have of all these creatives. That's why the creative class, the artists, and all the people who have been involved in creating all these neighborhoods, that they end up getting pushed out, pushed away. And that's what we're really trying to mitigate, in the process. Success begets success, which creates pressure on values. And we understand one metrics for success is the monetary return of your investment, but that doesn't factor in the environmental or social externalities and the negative impacts of development, not to mention the materials we're using, concrete and steel, and where they come from. And, all the solutions exist. Einstein said it, Buckminster Fuller said it. So what we want to do is we really want to share all of those ideas, all that methodology, all that technology, both the ancient technology and wisdom of our ancestors and our indigenous folks, as well as the new technologies, from blockchain to tokenizing real estate to NFTs, to all of these tools, but for good. And that's really what we hope to humbly hold a place to emerge. And so I think that all of us are really, it's about holding an inquiry around how can we build communities and cities back better? How can we do it more inclusively? It's never going to be perfect. There's no such thing as perfect. It's just how can we create examples that people can emulate, give local communities capacity, whether they're indigenous communities or underserved communities, how can we give them capacity, know-how, training, resources, et cetera, and allow the best outcomes to emerge. And, it's hard for us, as the modern man or woman to, let go of control, to release it. And I think that's the thing that we need to work on. And a lot of that's the inner work, the inner landscape that Andy talks about. So I know that we have not a huge time frame. We have 10 more minutes. So I'd like to just, open up the panel and maybe have our panelists talk about how in the work that they do, they feel regenerative placemaking can be a tool, what that means for them in their work. And then I'd like to turn it over to the audience for a couple of questions about, how could this be a tool for transitioning from the current extractive model that we're in, that's not serving most people, to one that's more regenerative, and what kind of ideas you have or questions that you have. So anybody want to take the floor?
Yeah, I'll take it and then I'll hand it over to you. And then Thomas. So prior to becoming a naturopath, at my roots, I'm a political economist. And what we do in political economy is look at the intricate interweaving of politics and economics. And the city is a great example of that. The fact that the city exists is simply because it's around the marketplace. That's why we have a city. I mean, otherwise, of course, we would live in scattered places around rivers, in beautiful forests. We would be much more decentralized, but the centralization aspect of the city comes directly from the market, which obviously gave way to civilization, which gave way to the birth of capitalism, and has been what we've run with ever since. And so what FOC does, what we do at Future of Cities, is really kind of question that directional and the narrative that's been told and make it one that is more informed. And so Tony alluded to that beautifully. And after my time as a political economist, I was well trained as an anthropologist, and a huge part of anthropology is going in and assuming you know nothing and listening. And so many of these development projects tend to go in with a very masculine, if I may, approach of penetration and seeing how much we can extract and what we can do there and what we can erect, right? All of these metaphors that I'm sure you're feeling in your body, because it's real, it's human, it's symbolic, it's life, it's nature. And rather than doing that, what would the future become in this collective civilization if we were to just listen a little bit more? And I remember way back in our very first FOC advisory board meeting, February last year, we were talking a lot about participatory action research and the ability to go in and be the space holder, but not go in with an answer. And that's really, I mean, it kind of disrupts patriarchy, it disrupts power dynamics, and it's very different than what people would expect. In my organization, we do this a lot. People expect me to be this penetrative leader, and I'm just like, cool, I'm holding space to listen, to see what emerges. And that field is something that we don't do to ourselves. Right? As modern humans, we tend to be a bit disempowered, and we look outside of us for authority. Can anyone relate to that? Yeah, you just tell me what to do. I don't care. I'm not going to actually sit here and be with myself and listen. And so this is a huge transformation that has to happen in our own individual lives. And then when the city or the built environment can meet us in a way that we have immersive experiences, parks like you've never imagined, right? Spaces that are designed for human evolution and human thriving. Our life as we know it will change drastically. And I know that you can identify with the dark side of it because you've all walked down a concrete city street and you've felt how that feels in your body. And so imagine walking amongst greenery, having wonderful projections on buildings, being inspired by where you are. And maybe there's cities you've been to where you are inspired. And so we want to listen and take what works, as well as communally what works amongst people and how people live, and use this for human thriving. And it's to the inside, to the outside, to the outside, to the inside. So, yeah.
Amen. Definitely. It's a new approach, and it requires surrender and not knowing, which sometimes can be very scary, especially for people in making big investments. And I think we're prototyping what that looks like, because typically if you're going to invest in a neighborhood or project, you want to know, well, what are your returns going to be? Am I going to tell my investors? And so there's a bit of a bridge now that has to go between the not knowing and non-colonization and being open to what emerges, and to having a framework where there is sustainability on the financial model as well. So this is all being iterated. Thomas and Ethan, any thoughts there?
Sure. Do you want to go, Ethan? I can go last. Whatever you feel like.
I'll jump in to keep the order, and you're excited for your closing here. But so definitely, I mean, placemaking, I've always thought of it as really feminizing the process of shaping cities. And I think, fundamentally problematic to cities is that they are created for and by white men in most cases around the world. And they're about objects and the thing, like consuming the city passively. And we really, in this co-creative idea, it's not just that we need participation because it's the right thing to do, it's because we need more capacity for humanity to actively shape our future, to be we need to draw on their creativity, their life forces, and to make humanity continue to survive and thrive on the planet. And it is a really human-centered focus, and this work really started actually from the field of anthropology. My father's mentor was actually Margaret Mead, and then Jane Jacobs and William White, who really took sort of a human-centered approach to cities, really turning upside down the shaping of cities, to start with how people behave in a city, how they feel comfortable, how they feel safe, how they connect to each other, how we facilitate that kind of interaction. And the idea of placemaking is really sort of building that back up, figuring out how do we best create systems, processes, management models, governance, financial structures, to enable this virtuous cycle of contribution to place and to people, where we enable each other to build each other up and connect deeper and create more. And so where are the places that allow that, and how do we learn from them? How do we create these nodes of learning around the world is really what this is about. And connect with the best of many different cultures, of indigenous cultures, of certainly non-white cultures. And also, there are developers doing pieces of this really well. There are developers that are doing parts of it really well and other parts that are very extractive and very, top down and perpetuating the status quo. So the networked approach is to sort of find the best of what everyone's doing, and connect these efforts, and amplify them and scale them. And that's really what Future of Cities, I think, is enabling us to think bigger about, and look at the integration of both the larger thinking, the thought leadership, with the financial models and the development models on the ground. So we're eager to collaborate passionately and actively with everyone in this space. And Miami is certainly a real hub for this. And I just want to quickly acknowledge Tony Goldman was some people may have heard of there. It was a mentor of ours, a board member, a close friend of my father's, and I think a mentor of Tony Cho's as well, in pioneering some aspects, some parts of a placemaking model that we think need to continue and be learned from. So grateful for the learning culture and community that Miami has offered, and eager to connect and learn from that further. So thanks for having me be part of this. Cheers.
Thanks, Ethan, and for the work that you guys are doing. It's really trailblazing. And Tony Goldman was one of my mentors and inspiration, and I worked with him as a colleague in Wynwood, and it was really an honor and a pleasure. So Thomas, we have about 3 minutes. You're going to close, and then we'll turn it over for maybe one question until we move on to the next panel.
Thank you, Tony. And if only every project I had done in the last 20 years had the three of us sitting next to me, that would have been fun. And Andrea, it's so great too. I think what you said was, very central to the sort of the energy of placemaking needs to shift, right, from being very heady and very masculine. So it's sort of in the head and kind of below the belt. It's not really from the gut and in the heart. And that's the thing that, I think is really quite important in this shift. And the first sort of environmental movement related to city making and the future of cities that are green or, ecologically sound or sustainable, and hopefully also regenerative, which is the next level. They need to sort of take that into account and take stock of that. One thing that I find particularly sort of critical is to take the measure of the speed of history. So as a futurist, one thing we talk a lot about is the sort of speed of history. And the speed of history has just been accelerated a lot, and technology is yet doing more of that. And then we've got, existential risk, which is, sort of augmenting also logarithmically. So speed of history and existential risk being pretty high, and also the distribution of the capacity of risk being very high. You take those three factors put together and it creates a gigantic stress, which is what humanity is feeling. And, not just the poor quality of life for too many people on this planet, maybe there's 1 billion people who live very well and about 7 not great, but certainly a good half of those 7 really not well. So it is a very important question. And I like the lens of cities to solve global problems because it's systemic in essence. So the thing that I am very centered around is the sort of question of developing the collective intelligence capacity. And this will be, of course, augmented by machine learning and artificial intelligence, little by little and cautiously. But I think we need to sort of be able to really sort of appreciate sort of 3 factors to accelerate things very, 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 call it respectfully to the human and to the planet. The first one is to embrace this gut and heart, so shift the energy from where we work, more feminine, etc., more ancestral, looking into our wisdom. The second one is to really understand the role of technology and embrace it with appropriateness. And then the third one is to really sort of have a sense of what is it we want to achieve, because the life that we want, strangely enough, is very different all over the world, but it is also very, very similar. So the aspiration that most people have today is 80 to 85% the same anywhere you're on the planet, which is, a problem with homogeneity probably, but it means that, we actually can work as a planet towards the same objectives, which we couldn't do before. So I'm just really very hopeful of this generation to multiply this capacity for placemaking, take ownership of city building, so that the built environment is what I consider, effectively a city is the stack of human relations. It is nothing else. For sure, we've come and congregated to cities for certain different purposes over history, defense, food, power, commerce, etc. But now I think actually it's well-being. It's well-being to a spiritual level. We embrace differences of each other, and we can be, both oneness and the multitude. So on that note, I'm very grateful for your invitation, Tony and Amanda. Good to see you, Andrea. Good to see you, Ethan, and have a great evening or afternoon.
Thank you, Thomas. That was great. Really so honored to be weaving with all of you guys. And, it's really just so much learning from all of us. I mean, we're all co-designing, and everything since the pandemic is being reinvented and rethought. So there's the financial markets, urban planning, all of it's up for grabs, everything. Complete disruption everywhere, which is, exponentially accelerating, in the words of a dear friend of mine, Salim Ishmael, who just walked in. I want to recognize co-founder of Singularity U. Hi, Salim. Thanks for coming to the talk. Also one of my mentors and advisors. I want to also recognize Vandana Hart, who's here from We Speak Dance. Say hi, Vandana. Also another advisor to Future of Cities. Another colleague, A.Y. Young, who's here, who's a UN ambassador, performer, artist that's focused on the SDGs, was with us at COP26 in Glasgow, where Future of Cities debuted the regenerative placemaking that we're all co-designing and open sourcing with all of our colleagues. So it's really, truly an honor and a privilege to be among you great thinkers and to be able to hold space and to support, this emergent Regenaissance that we're all part of. Everybody here, just the magic in 18 days that brought this together with Design Science Studio and Bucky Fuller Institute. We're just really in a very powerful moment where change can happen instantaneously and so many people are connected. So this is where great ideas can spread very quickly. Does anybody have any quick questions before we go on into the next place? State your name. Let's get you a microphone, Dorca. The queen of placemaking and art in public places, an honor.
I'm Dorca Keene, and I've been involved in placemaking for about 20 plus years in the Bay Area. And this has been a fascinating, very high level conversation. So I'm literally going to try to bring it back down to the ground, to this site. How have you engaged this community? What have they asked for? And how have you responded?
Are you talking specifically to Miami or Little Haiti or Magic City?
Pick one, maybe something small like Magic's, not small, but maybe not Miami, you know.
Right, right. Okay, so
like right here.
Right here in Little Haiti. So that has been an interesting and learning process that we went through coming here to Little Haiti, which is an underserved Haitian Caribbean neighborhood, one of the poorest neighborhoods, not only in Miami, but in America. And just complete disconnection from opportunities, from education, food deserts, all of the symptoms that we see in many places. And then a big mega project like Magic City Innovation District comes in with, you know, high profile partners. And there was definitely pushback. And there's no question, 4 white male partners. That was just kind of how it came together. You know, when I started this project 10 years ago, I needed to find capital. And, you know, you have to take kind of the first people that come in the door, you know, and kind of it all comes together. I believe it's all for a lesson. So I think that the learnings through the process is really to be really intentional and slow about how you form the idea of what you're going to do, and really don't come with any ideas. And being involved in the Wynwood Arts District, what I saw was the incredible opportunity of art coming into the public domain, which made it more inclusive and accessible. Then Instagram and social media connecting with it, and that exploded the area. And then all the artists had to leave because it was unaffordable. So in Little Haiti, we had hundreds of meetings with a lot of people who claim to be the community. And that's an interesting discussion because, and a lot of people with their hands out, a lot of people say they want you to support this, you know, non-for-profit and this organization. So I think it has to do first a lot of deep listening before you do anything. I think it's, you know, for a developer, an investor, business owner that wants to do community-oriented development projects, there has to be a long period, gestation period of listening and learning. And I think that's pretty much what I've learned. And from our next project is really only listening until you even have an idea or a project. And that's hard for people in real estate because you have to have spreadsheets and Excel sheets that show you put this product, you spit out this return over this period of time. And that's just not the way that regenerative placemaking or regenerative development works. But we have to figure out a way that we can demonstrate profitability so that everybody's needs are met and that we're actually solving for 100% of life and not just human life. But what does the health and well-being or thriving of a community look like? Healthy rivers and streams, clean air. Everybody has a different perspective. So I think a lot of it has to do with how inclusive are you in the process of co-designing. And that's what we've learned. And we've made a ton of mistakes and we'll continue to make mistakes. We're human. And hopefully we can learn from each of these steps along the way. All right, I think that concludes our panel. Thank you guys so much for joining. Future of Cities, Thomas and Ethan, thank you guys so much for your contribution and for your commitment. Andy, thanks for being here in Miami, Florida. Until the next Regenaissance, which will happen next year, we'll see you at the next event. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Ciao.
Tony, from what I know, the next panel is yours as well, right? you know what I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna do, and I don't think you need to. Go that way, because people are coming in and out. Wanna dance, 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 wanna dance with you, wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance with you. I wanna dance with you, wanna dance with you, wanna dance with you. Oh, so Vandana, when are you gonna get your dance on? When can we expect to see you flow with movement and captivate eyes and hearts? With those flowing legs and limbs, where do we find the movement? Where do we find that spark? Where do we find that amazing charm you've got? Movement as art. Wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance with you, wanna dance with you, with you. Oh oh oh, oh 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 oh, oh do do oh. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh. And we have all these beautiful people on the transition, as we see, taking in
Blessings, everyone.
in that creativity. All those people are connecting and enjoying. We all know that your imagination you are employing. Wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance with you while you paint a painting or two. And I see that your arms flow and they dance on that tapestry with flow. And they decorate the canvas. You will not make it out this way. I am sorry to inform you. Gotta go the other way. Wanna dance with you. Wanna dance. Wanna dance. Wanna dance. Wanna dance with you. And you. And you. Wanna dance. Ask Tony. Wanna dance, wanna dance, wanna dance, Hey, hey, everybody together. Hey, expressively. Hey, 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 oh, we gonna dance, gonna dance with you. Vandana, you have a tremendous audience here. Let's see if we can get her. Vandana. We have all these. Vandana. Hey. Yeah, I was trying to get Vandana Hart, but she's completely ignoring me. She's not paying attention. All these beautiful people are looking and they're asking, they want prompts for you. They're asking, hey, maybe a proper dancer. Look, you got the one and only Vandana Hart from We Speak Dance here in this beautiful space. If you're excited, let's get a sign of emotion. You want to see somebody who really knows her moves, who knows her chops, to show you something good? This is a human being from which you can learn a move or two, from which you can actually download a proper groove. I wanna dance with you, I wanna dance with you, I wanna dance, wanna dance with you, wanna dance with you. Es lambada. Give a head. Are very good. Renata, is that right?
Yes.
Renata, are you feeling the music?
I'm super feeling the music. I love it. I also love that to see. So that's Vandana was right in front of you, no?
Beautiful.
Renata, it looks like we're still missing Oscar, but if you wanted to start, and then I'll add him up as soon as he arrives, that would be great.
Sure. Are you ready to go? I'm trying to find you here and on the grid, and I can't.
Oh, I'll pin us as well. 1 second. Okay, you should have us both. Have us here as well.
Can't see you, Tony.
Salim, you're off. Okay. Okay. You said you'd ping me later, no? Lovely meeting you. All right, okay. Renata, are you ready to start without Oscar?
Yes, sure. Is Tony here?
Tony's here.
Fantastic. Yeah, let's start.
Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, Renata Lopez and Mr. Tony Cho.
Thank you. Hi, Tony. I'm not hearing you yet. I think the mic is not on.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me, Renata?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get started because I think you're a great person to talk and kind of open it up for Oscar as soon as he figures out how to get online. Maybe I could give my phone to Roxy or someone that could call Oscar and you could walk him through it. Yeah. Oh, he just joined. Okay, perfect.
Oh, great.
Oh, there he is, Oscar.
Hi, Renata. Hi, Tony.
How are you?
How are you, Tony?
I'm doing fantastic. Fantastic. Here in Miami in Little Haiti for the Regenaissance, this amazing art fair, salon, explosion of creativity, all focused on sustainable development. And it's been an honor to co-create with 200 artists here and visionaries and everybody coming together in 18 days to unveil the Regenaissance, which is basically artists leading the way for a new sustainable regenerative reality that we all want to live in that works for 100% of life. And we're very excited here in Miami during a very important moment after 2 years hiatus of Art Basel. We are back in Miami and Miami is on fire. And Miami also has a lot of challenges as well, from an affordability standpoint, from a climate standpoint, sea level rise. It's a beautiful city, an international city that really embraces and celebrates multicultural backgrounds, particularly Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean. But Oscar, we've shared a lot of beautiful moments together during Art Basel, and you've actually been to Magic City where we're having this event. So I'd like to introduce Renata, who is a new friend and also involved with We Speak Dance with Vandana, who's one of our advisors for the future of cities. And we were together with Vandana in COP26 at the climate conference, and we did an amazing event at Hub Culture. And that's how we connected. So Renata, why don't you give a little background of yourself, and then you can formally introduce Oscar, who will talk about sustainable design thinking, which is the theme of this conversation, which we have about 20 minutes because we've been really delayed in kind of getting started, but it'll be a good teaser for next year when this will all be in person, hopefully. Or I'm sure it'll be virtual too, but hopefully, Oscar, you can come next year to Miami. Yes. And you too, Renata.
Yes, we'll be there for sure. I saw Oscar in Miami so many years, right? We are longtime friends. I am Renata Lopes-Merriam. I am CEO of Kingdom B. My agency is a PR and branding agency that is focused on sustainability and social impact. Oscar and I met when I used to head Interview magazine, which I did for 10 years. We together hosted different events in Miami during Art Basel. It was a real pleasure. I should also say I am Brazilian by birth and by heart, as is Oscar. So I'm very, very proud and humbled to be hosting this conversation here with him. And of course, with you, Tony, who leads my other favorite fashion brand in the world, Caravana. So I couldn't be in better company. Without you guys, I would have nothing to wear. I would live my life naked. I'm really proud to be here. So to introduce you with a little more detail, Oscar Metzava. He's the creative director and founder of Osklin. Osklin is one of the most influential, if not the most influential fashion brand in Brazil's history. He's also a representative of UNICEF forests with our Indian tribes, using the most beautiful materials sourced in our soil and waters in Brazil, and a brilliant mind in regeneration. So welcome. I'm happy to have this conversation here with you.
No, thank you. That's so interesting one, Tony, a great friend of mine, and who we have to develop so many conversations about these issues for a long time. He told me he was inviting you to moderate, to have this talk with me. I love it because we have shared already that. See what you're doing now, exactly on the same thing we are. You said UNICEF. No, I'm a UNESCO ambassador for sustainability. And I like to say, always to remember everybody what means UNESCO. It means United Nations for Education, Science, and Culture. So it's, I'm very proud to be part of this because UNESCO has takes care of the knowledge of the human beings in this planet for a long time. And it's all over the world. So it's about diversity, it's about science, it's about technology, it's about education, it's about everything that we are living now. And we are living a huge transformation on this line of civilization. I think us to be now in nowadays to sharing with us, having time to talk about those issues on sustainability, on inclusion, on social impact is, if we would think this 30 years ago, we would say, come on, I wouldn't know. It wouldn't be our conversations probably. Even that, of course, we share the values. Of course, if we are all together now talking about that, we share, and as a friends, we share some human values that are common to us, common to most of people, and very contemporary now to be rethinking about, rethink them, to bring the classic ones. I love the Regenaissance name you brought, Tony. Yes, because we are living, sure, we are living a neo-Renaissance. We are living a Renaissance and into the regeneration. I bring that about UNESCO because science, education, culture, if we see when we had the Renaissance 500 years ago, something like that, it was the meeting of the science, art, and philosophy together that bring us, so human society from the planet, bring us from the Middle Age period to a new age when we did become more humans. We became more humanists. It was a huge difference and came from art, architecture, science, education, philosophy. And here we are 500 years later, living another moment from this line of civilization. I like to say that I'm very happy to the gods to believe in this generation in the planet, because we are living a very important moment of transition of the history of the civilization. We are living, we are, if we see the line of the civilization, we had already some moments the planet was almost dying. Well, the glacial era, the meteor, the plagues that we had on last times. World War I, World War II, atomic bomb, nuclear bomb, nuclear war, you know, all those things that we almost had the chance to see the planet dying. And we are living now this moment. There's 200 years of industrialization that did help us to get into that technology we are sharing now, and so many issues that we got. On the same way, we had a moment that the planet is dying. But I'm very optimistic because I really think that us, the humans in this planet, our mindset has changed. This was important. I could follow this changing for 30 years, since in Rio 92. One of the most important conference, if not the most important conference we had from the UN conference like we had now in Glasgow, in Scotland. It was in Rio in 1992. And I had the chance I was very young, but to follow, to see what they were talking about. And something that did bring us to 30 years later to be talking about that. And we can see now in a more optimistic way that we are changing because society has changed our mindset. And
so, sorry, Oscar,
no.
I just wanted to, I wanted to ask you, because one of the questions we had here was really about, you know, the parallel in between the moment we're living and sustainable design thinking, and when you started to think this way. So at what moment did you realize that this was a renaissance again, that we were living in this very special moment?
Okay, it was okay. So I'm practically answering that. So it's very important for all of us to understand what means what we are talking now. And they came in 1992. Before that, we were talking, so as society, planet society, just about preservation. Nature preservation means what would mean that we couldn't touch the nature resource. We should just keep. But it was a dilemma. Between economic growing and versus preservation. And then they came with this idea of sustainable development. And sustainable development meant what means in a very easy concept. Yes, we, human society, we can use our nature resource of the planet to create economics, to create profit, to create development. If we keep this nature resource equal or better as we find now to the next generations. So this was it was a paradigm breaking, and this, from that point, developed the vision from some people who could achieve, understand that. And by chance, I don't know, I had a clear vision of what we are seeing now. I really had the vision. It's not vision, not a vision, a sensibility as an artist, sensibility. As a designer who knows how to transform materials into something wearable, usable, or with entrepreneurial point of view, you know, to understand. So since then, by the end of the 90s, I began. My platform was Osklin. Osklin was my brand, was just beginning, and I could see two things that fashion has that I think it's great on sustainability protagonism. One, fashion is about society behavior. So we can be inspired by social behavior, and we can be like literature, like cinema, like music, like many other ways of art expression to promote changes as protagonists in the society behavior. So fashion is about the communication. We have a communication, our campaigns, our t-shirts, you know, element things that you bring on that. And the second is that we can also transform, because we transform nature resources, we transform seeds, fibers, natural fibers, we transform industrial fibers, etc. We transform colors, currents, pigments, things like that. We transform that into something beautiful and useful. So we can transform. If we are designers to transform into beauty, we can transform also from the designs. Then I come to sustainable design thinking. We, as designers, instead just because as designers, most of us, when we think from the industry, from the textile industry, leather industry, from the materials that we use, we receive from the companies, from the industries, the textile, the technology, the textiles, I think the samples. And we think for the collection for there, from this point to create the products, the collections, the accessories. Mm-hmm. But now, sustainable design thinking, my point of view, my philosophy on that, we as a designer, we can go through, we can design the seeds, the fibers, the pigments, and the new kind of developing new way of being cooperatives, collaboration, and things like that. So it's a new field for designers, and it's a field that society needs us with engineers, with us, with biologists, with researchers. With that, we have to be there. It's great because we can really feel and be a real activists if we do that.
Yeah,
of course.
Renata, I'm going to jump in here real quick for both of you guys, because you both have been in the fashion industry, which has been one of the largest, if not the largest, offenders of many different things, from fair trade to fair wages, to CO2 emissions in terms of the entire supply chain. And Oscar, you've been such a visionary both, and now you're a developer of hotels and of real estate projects, as well as being a visionary fashion designer, environmental activist, and a protector of indigenous cultures. How does one reconcile the industry, the financial profit model, with this new regenerative approach to fashion, sustainable design thinking, and to a more regenerative future? How do we transition? We talked a lot about the different models and the different ideas, but how do you get the big fashion houses? How do you get, I know a lot of people, do tokenism and they buy carbon credits and carbon offsets, or plant trees, but how do we really accelerate? We don't have a lot of time. I was just in Glasgow. I was just at COP26. How do businesses survive, make a financial profit, but then are in balance with 100% of life and the environment? Maybe you guys can both take a stab at it from your perspective. And then we probably have to wrap up.
I could say something that, 20 years ago, we used to say, the companies has to change, you have to invest because this is going to be innovation, or you have to change because you have the ideology, or it's going to be law, or it's going to be the next trend. Well, I think we got just on the ideology of each one, and it's a trend now. But to get into that, what we really need to do, it's about us, ourselves, the consumerist behavior. We have to understand that sustainability, any product or service that comes from sustainable development, it's innovation. Of course, we're talking about some few decades. It's the innovation. Innovation, it's expensive. Innovation, there is no scale. Innovation depends on huge investment. Innovation will bring profits if in the next years, in the future. This is part of investment of a company, of the people of designing it to bring your talent, your knowledge, and your time to develop it. And the system now, it's interesting because only in the last 2 years that the financial segment, financial industry did pay attention on the ESG. And now what happened to all those who have invested on that is that maybe now We are going to have investments for companies that are doing those differences. And third place is about us, the companies. What I could tell you, Tony, on the last years, I could see that industries and companies has changed much more than us as individuals. We talk a lot. We say to companies, industry, or institutions, or even governments, you have to change, you have to be, sustainable, etc. But we don't change. We talk a lot. We could see that now in Glasgow. A lot of signals, cartazes. Como diz cartazes?
Yeah, signs.
Billboards.
Signs and words and things like that. But we didn't.
A lot of talk.
Another thing, that's why in the 2000s I founded the concept with some Italians, and it was in Milan, a conference there, and some Spanish. We founded the new luxury term. That us, for example, we pay more for a luxury product that brings us quality or style or status. Yes, we know that. We recognize quality. We recognize originality. We recognize, if you want, a status of them, and we pay more for that. What we need, this is luxury in a mean, of course, please, let's be more objective. So it's a luxury. The new luxury is what we're talking about now. It's product, of course, with quality, product with originality, but the materials must come from a fair trade. It must be from a sustainable way, social impact and sustainable for the environment. And us as society, us on the fashion industry, on the other industries, who I could say we are opinion leaders. What I mean, if we don't change, why the others on society are going to change? If we keep, just giving value to luxury or the appeal of a brand, something like that, and we forget that there is another pillar. I'm not saying no to luxury or to the mean of wearing a brand. Sorry, my English, I'm tired for this afternoon here. It's a late afternoon here. But sustainability. So we have to help, we as brands or we as institutions, like at the Instituto, my foundation, or at your, Renata, we have to communicate, we have to educate, we have to show what's the new coolest, the new
I completely
luxury.
agree. I think,
yeah,
where before there was an alignment, related to products, there was a loyalty from the consumer that was related to a product. Now the loyalty is really completely related to the values that brand brings forth. The alignment of values in between consumer and brand is really what strengthens the business. So in the end of the day, this is what matters, right? This is where we are right now, right? In 10 years, we can't breathe anymore. So we need to act now. The fashion industry has always been a pioneer in leading the conversation, the social movement. And so one more time, we have to step up and really find, as you said, really change the mentality, and don't think about sourcing and designing with sourcing, but actually designing the sourcing, right? Creating backwards so that we have a much richer gamut of options to select from when creating our brands and our messaging that will truly engage our consumer with what matters most, which is the health of our planet. We have here, we're talking about NFTs and all of these technology, the tokenization of fashion, tracking mechanisms through blockchain for some, extraordinary pieces that designers like you create. These are all opportunities to step up in the sustainable ways of production and development of brands and products. Really capturing this moment. It's artistry. When I see the images of you in the forest, looking for colors, looking for pigments, that is artistry in the most raw form, and now we can capture that. We can allow people to actually see that making of in a much more beautiful way. it's more valuable than ever. I agree with you. This is the most special time to be alive. So
I hate to interrupt, and I could talk hours with both of you. And I think this is such an important topic, you know, around the fashion industry, but around culture. And the Regenaissance that we're talking about here is culture. And that's led by the artists, the creatives, the musicians, all of the people that have come together to make magic happen. Those are the innovators. And like Oscar said, you have to make being sustainable and regenerative cool. Well, what we're doing today is very cool, and it's very right, and it's very much in alignment. And I'm so grateful and honored to have you, Oscar, such a visionary in fashion and in sustainability, doing what you're doing. And Renata, so great to be connected with you. You have such a great leadership capacity and vision also for the future. And there's so many of us around the world who really do care about making a difference. And I'm grateful to you both for being here. And hopefully next year, for our second year of the Regenaissance, you guys will come back and be in person. So thank you so much, my friends. And much love, big shout out to Brazil. And we hope to see you in Miami soon.
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Renata.
Thank you, Oscar. Good
Bye.
to see you. Bye.
Good to see you. Ciao.
Thank you, everybody. Roxy, did you want to do the closing remarks? Or? Okay, so we've got a pre-recorded video that we're going to share from Badi, and just give us 1 second. I'll do that right now.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to see everyone. So happy to be here.
Okay, just give us a moment, everybody. We're just getting a couple more people in here. Okay, Baru, take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. Are you having a good time? Do you feel inspired? Look, it's the train. We're on the Vision Train. What up, Vision Train? All right, y'all. I'm super grateful and excited to introduce Badu Chow. I don't know where Nikki Selkin is, but I kind of wish she was here. Someone go find her. So, Badi, who is the artist of these beautiful, powerful pieces that are hanging as two flags, and you'll learn all about what they kind of hold the essence of his work. Badu Chow is an exiled Chinese dissident artist based in Australia, whose work has taken on a wide variety of forms, including political cartoons, installations, street art, and performances. His art is renowned for denouncing human rights abuses and the suppression of free speech in China. After years of using a pseudonym, he decided to step out and accept media interviews on camera after several of his family members started receiving threats from the government. Today, his artwork is at the forefront of raising awareness about human rights abuses in mainland China, as well as Hong Kong, Tibet, Xinjiang, and Burma. Badu Chow was 2020 HRF Vaclav Havel Prize for Creative Dissident Laureate. All right, Badi, take it away. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. I actually just come from Italy, Brescia, after I did an exhibition there. Maybe I could give a little bit self-introduction before the talk. So I am born in Shanghai, a very big but also privileged city in China. China is a very different country. It's not like America. The political system, the history, the culture is all different. But I guess if you want to be an artist, in the end of the day, you're pursuing the same thing, which is the freedom to express your criticism against the things that you do not agree. No matter if you've come from China or America, that is really a bottom line to be an artist. And that's also what I believe. My family suffered from the regime of China decades ago, from the time of my great parents. My grandpa and his brother, my great uncle, was the first group of filmmakers in China. They've been very active during the 1930s to 1950s until the Chinese Communist Party is in power. Then both of them, my grandpa and great uncle, got into trouble with the political system. So in 1957, there's a persecution campaign called 100 Blossom. And my grandpa died because of this campaign, because one of his films he made, which is humanizing a communist member's hero. But in that film, he wanted to make that hero with some humanity, which means that character will not be brave all the way from the beginning to the end, which means the film is showing his struggle and hesitation, and eventually how he overcome this difficulty and challenge and become this hero in the end. However, it's not